The Harbinger of La Crosse, Chapter 1. The deep hum of a Hoosier autumn. Imagine yourself, if you will, sinking back into the quiet, enveloping embrace of a late Hoosier autumn. The year is 1963, a time when the world seemed to turn a little slower, when the night air smelled purely of wood smoke and decaying leaves, and the silence was deep enough to hear the steady, reliable tick of the clock in the hall. Our setting is the small, unassuming town of La Crosse, nestled quietly in the northern reaches of Indiana. It's a place defined by its flat, rich farmland, intersected by slow-moving creeks, and surrounded by small, dense pockets of woodland and marshy wetland. It is the very definition of American heartland peace, a place where the dramatic never happens, where the unexpected is simply a late harvest or an early snow. It is now the profound, dark hours of late October, the time when the veils between the seasons feel thin and the cold begins to press in from the vast, star-pricked darkness. The day's heat has entirely dissipated, and the air holds a biting, damp chill, hinting at the winter to come. The world outside is a study in monochromatic stillness. The harvested cornfields stand stripped and pale, their dry stalks whispering against the fences in the slightest current of air. The sky is an unending canvas of deep, deep indigo, speckled with stars that feel ancient and indifferent to the small, warm lives huddled beneath them. We focus our attention now on a particular road that runs outside the town limits, a long, solitary stretch of asphalt that winds its way past thickets of bare oak and the deep, silent pools of the Kankakee River marshlands. This is the place where the world of man gives way to the world of nature, where the streetlights end and the true darkness begins. Our central character in this initial chapter is Mr. Elias Thorne. Elias isn't a soldier or a detective or an adventurer. He is an utterly ordinary man, perhaps in his early 40s, who works the late shift at the local grain silo, a massive, silent structure that looms over the town like a concrete sentinel. His life is defined by the predictable rhythms of work, family, and the changing seasons. Elias is currently driving home. It is perhaps 1:30 in the morning. His vehicle is an old, reliable sedan, its engine humming a low, steady bass note against the silence. The headlights, yellow and weak, cut a shallow, hesitant path through the pervasive darkness ahead. The interior of the car is warm, smelling faintly of old upholstery, stale coffee, and the lingering residue of autumn dust from the silo. He drives slowly, carefully. The pace of the night demands it. There are no other cars, no distant sounds of sirens or city life, only the continuous, rhythmic thump-thump-thump of his tires passing over the seam of the road, a hypnotic, calming pulse that often lulls him into a kind of half-meditative state. His mind is likely preoccupied with the small, mundane thoughts of a man at the end of a long shift. The weight of the work boots on the accelerator, the warmth of the coffee he craves, the memory of his wife's tired smile as he left for work, the school papers waiting on the kitchen table. These are the small, manageable realities that keep the darkness at bay. The road carries him now past a long, shadowy stretch of secondary woodland. This is a place of dense, tangled undergrowth and tall, skeletal trees, their bare branches scratching against the sky like the fingers of a sleeping giant. The air here is colder, damper, smelling strongly of wood rot and the marsh's mineral scent. As Elias enters this particular stretch, he notices a subtle, almost imperceptible change in the silence. The continuous low thrum of the night, the background noise of crickets, distant wind, and the quiet settling of the earth seems to have been subtly dampened. It's as if the volume control of the environment has been turned down just a single, unsettling notch. He doesn't stop, of course. He simply registers the change, perhaps attributing it to a drop in temperature or a shift in the heavy atmosphere. But the feeling persists, a gentle, almost subconscious prickle of awareness along the back of his neck. He continues his slow, rhythmic drive. His eyes scan the darkness just beyond the reach of his inadequate headlights. He is looking for a deer, perhaps, or a stray raccoon, the usual inhabitants of the road at this hour. And then he sees it. It is not an animal. It is a subtle yet profound anomaly of light. The light is positioned far ahead, perhaps a quarter-mile down the road, hovering near the place where the road crests a slight, almost invisible rise. It is not the white, focused beam of a car, nor the gentle orange glow of a distant yard lamp. This light is intensely red. It is a deep, vivid, almost burning shade of crimson, and it appears to be stationary, positioned perhaps 6 or 7 feet above the asphalt, nestled against the absolute darkness of the woods. It is unlike any light Elias has ever seen in this quiet stretch of road. His logical mind immediately begins to generate explanations. Must be a reflector. Maybe a signal light for a construction crew that was working earlier. Perhaps a forgotten piece of equipment with a battery warning light. These are the immediate, comforting rationalizations that the human brain constructs to preserve its sanity against the illogical. He slows the car even further, his foot lifting slightly from the accelerator. The rhythmic thump-thump-thump of the tires slows to a hesitant, uneven rhythm. His attention is now entirely fixed on that singular, vivid point of red. As he creeps closer, the intensity of the light does not diminish, nor does its position change. It remains stationary, unblinking, radiating its deep, unsettling color into the cold, damp air. And now, as the gap closes, he realizes that the light is not a singular point, but 2 distinct sources, positioned side by side, perfectly horizontal, separated by a distance that seems unnaturally wide. He is close enough now to feel a faint, inexplicable tightening in his chest, a subtle surge of primal confusion. The 2 points of vivid, burning red are positioned too high for an animal, too low for an aircraft, and too precise for a random accident. Elias slows the car almost to a stop, his headlights now casting their faint, yellow glow directly onto the verge of the road just beyond the mysterious lights. He squints, trying to pierce the overwhelming darkness that seems to absorb the yellow light. And in that moment of almost total stillness, with only the soft, low idle of his old engine disturbing the silence, the unseen structure that holds those red lights begins to manifest itself. It is not a piece of equipment. It is a shape, a colossal, dark, almost featureless shape that seems to rise from the very shadows of the trees. It is a mass of absolute blackness, a profound vacuum of form that stands far taller than any man, taller even than the roof of his car, looming silently over the shoulder of the road. The 2 burning red eyes are fixed directly ahead, staring not at Elias but through him, with an intensity that seems to vibrate the air. They are not the reflected eyes of an animal. They are sources of self-contained light, vivid and unsettling against the monumental darkness of the body. Elias' foot slips from the brake. The car begins to roll forward again, slowly, almost silently. He is now only perhaps 200 feet from the thing. The profound silence that had already been established is now absolute, terrifying. The blood seems to slow in his veins, and the warm air in the car suddenly feels thin and cold. He registers the sight in disjointed, disbelieving fragments, the sheer, overwhelming size, the utter, chilling stillness. The vivid, burning red of the eyes, which seem to hold no pupil, no discernible human emotion, only a terrifying, deep radiance. He is looking at something that defies the simple, predictable geometry of his world. A massive, silent, winged sentinel standing on the very edge of the road in the deep, unassuming heart of Indiana. The quiet of the late night, the familiar road, the warm interior of his car, all of it is suddenly shattered by the impossible, monumental reality of the thing waiting in the dark. And yet he is not screaming. Not yet. He is simply staring, mesmerized, his mind struggling with the sheer, overwhelming weight of the profound, silent intrusion. His heart is beating a frantic, muffled drum against his ribs. The ordinary world of 1963 has just come face to face with a terrifying anomaly, and it has done so not with a bang, but with a vivid, silent, unblinking red light in the dead of the Indiana night. The car rolls slowly closer, creeping toward the silent shadow, pulled forward by the irresistible, bewildering gravity of the inexplicable. Elias has just stumbled onto the truth, 3 years too early for the world to believe him, and he has done so with a quiet, terrified clarity that will forever define the rest of his slow, ordinary life. Chapter 2. The monumental silence and the unblinking gaze. The moment of absolute stillness, when the ordinary world of Elias Thorne collided with the impossible shadow on the roadside, felt to him like an endless, frozen segment of time. His old sedan, warmed by the engine's low, familiar rumble, crept forward with agonizing slowness. He was not steering. He was merely allowing the slight, downhill grade of the road to carry him toward the colossal, dark shape that loomed silently just beyond the faint reach of his yellow headlights. Imagine the sheer, psychological weight of that approach. The distance separating Elias from the creature was now perhaps less than 100 feet, an utterly unacceptable proximity for any encounter with the unknown. Yet he was paralyzed, held captive by a profound, disbelieving fascination. His terror was not the screaming, chaotic type, but a cold, deep, internal dread, a recognition that the rules of nature he had implicitly trusted his entire life had just been shattered, silently and completely. The creature stood motionless, an absolute monolith of darkness. Its immense height was now clearly evident, rising well over the height of his car, seeming to merge seamlessly with the heavy shadows cast by the tall, leafless oaks that bordered the road. It was an entity built of pure, featureless black. There was no visible texture of fur or feather or skin in the dim light. It was a profound void, a concentration of night itself given colossal form. And then there were the eyes. The 2 points of vivid, burning crimson were the only elements that seemed to possess independent light. They were positioned high on the head, perfectly horizontal, large and round, utterly devoid of any discernible pupil or iris. They did not blink. They did not shift or glance away. They were fixed directly ahead, radiating a steady, deep-red glow that seemed to penetrate the interior of the sedan, washing Elias' pale, frightened face in an unsettling, otherworldly hue. Elias would have been breathing shallowly, his chest tight, his hands gripped tightly to the steering wheel. He could feel the slight vibration of the idling engine beneath his feet, the only remaining connection to the world of machines and predictable laws. The profound, absolute silence emanating from the creature was the most terrifying aspect. A thing that large, a thing that seemingly possessed wings, for he could now vaguely perceive the monumental sweep of its folded appendages, vast and dark, should generate sound, should breathe, should move the air. It did none of these things. He crept closer still, now maybe 60 feet away. The sound of his own heart, hammering a frantic rhythm against his ribs, was the loudest thing in the night. He registered the size of the wings. Even folded, they looked impossibly vast, towering over the body, draped like heavy velvet curtains. He could not make out the structure, only the immense scale, the sheer physical contradiction of a form that heavy, that large, being capable of flight. The creature's stance was entirely upright, humanoid in its basic bipedal form, yet warped by its terrifying scale and the absence of clear facial features beyond those burning eyes. It was a sentinel, a silent, colossal watcher positioned exactly where the known world met the dense, unknowable darkness of the woodland marsh. Elias finally brought the car to a slow, shuddering halt. He was now close enough that the yellow light of his low beams finally illuminated the ground immediately beneath the entity. He noted the absence of motion. The air was still. The creature's feet, or whatever anchors held it to the earth, were obscured by shadow, yet there was no shifting, no swaying, no sign of the immense effort required for a thing of that size to remain so perfectly, frighteningly motionless. He estimated the height to be at least 7 feet, perhaps approaching 8 feet, its bulk immense and solid. The detail that pierced his terror was the unsettling realization that the eyes were not illuminated by an external source. They were the source. They burned with an internal steady energy, casting that specific, vivid crimson light onto the dark, still asphalt and the pale stalks of dried grass on the roadside verge. The minutes stretched into an eternity of silence and staring. Elias found himself unable to move, unable to speak, unable to even reach for the door handle. He was locked in a silent duel with the creature's unblinking gaze, a duel that had no apparent winner or loser, only a shared, terrifying existence in the deep Hoosier night. The memory of his wife and the warm kitchen waiting for him was the single, distant thread that began to pull him back from the paralyzing fascination. The primal survival instinct, dulled by the initial shock, began to reassert itself, a slow, insistent tremor in his hand. He had to move. He had to escape this silent, monumental confrontation. Elias slowly, almost painfully, began to shift his foot from the brake pedal to the accelerator. The slight tremor of his movement caused the old sedan to rock infinitesimally, and that slight, subtle disturbance was enough. The creature moved. It was not a sudden lurch or an aggressive step. It was a fluid, silent unfolding. The massive, folded appendages that lay draped behind it began to stretch outward, not with the rustle of feathers or the snap of muscle, but with a terrifying, absolute lack of sound. The vast wings, built of that same featureless black, unfurled to an immense, impossible span, a spread that seemed to eclipse the entire road and the darkness beyond. The movement was too smooth, too silent, too fast for its immense scale. It defied gravity and fluid dynamics. And then, without any discernible flapping, roaring, or rushing of air, the monumental shadow simply lifted. It ascended straight up, vertically, with a terrifying, instantaneous speed. There was no running start, no visible effort, no displacement of the surrounding air. The immense mass vanished upward, pulled by an invisible, powerful force. Elias instinctively slammed the accelerator to the floor, the old engine roaring suddenly into life, shattering the profound silence. He did not look in the rear-view mirror. He did not attempt to track the light. His eyes were fixed on the empty space where the creature had stood, the asphalt now bare, cold, and utterly silent. He sped away down the dark road, the roar of his engine a desperate, primal scream against the memory of that soundless ascent. The image of the two burning, unblinking red eyes was burned irrevocably into his vision, a terrifying flashbulb memory against the backdrop of the quiet, unassuming Indiana night. He drove until the darkness gave way to the faint, scattered lights of the approaching town, until the familiar silhouettes of the grain silos provided a comforting, human scale once more. The physical encounter was over, but the silent geometry of the colossal shadow and the unnerving, profound stillness of its movement would remain with Elia's thorn forever, a secret burden carried in the quiet, safe light of his ordinary life. Chapter 3. The Weight of Silence and the Price of Knowing. The drive away from the empty space where the monumental shadow had stood was less a journey and more an instinctive flight. Elias Thorne drove the old sedan with a panicked, desperate velocity. The engine's roar a temporary, comforting shield against the profound, terrifying silence he had just witnessed. His hands, gripping the steering wheel so tightly that his knuckles were stark white in the dim dash light, trembled uncontrollably. Imagine the sheer, psychological whiplash. Minutes ago, he was cruising home on a routine commute, his mind filled with the gentle, manageable anxieties of his ordinary life. Now he was a man who had seen the unseen, a possessor of a truth so vast and so contrary to established reality that it felt like a physical, suffocating weight pressing down upon him. He kept the accelerator pressed, speeding past the darkened, familiar shapes of farmhouses and barns, each structure a silent, solid reassurance of the normal world. The further he traveled from the shadowed woodland, the more the immense, paralyzing fear began to recede, replaced by a churning disorientation and a bone-deep, shivering cold. The overwhelming memory was not the size, though that was terrifying enough. It was the silence, the total, absolute absence of sound during the creature's immense, impossible ascension. That lack of noise was the signature of the inexplicable, the proof that the laws of physics had been momentarily and silently suspended just for him to witness. When he finally reached his quiet, lamplit street in Crosse, the site of his own two-story house, warm, welcoming, and utterly ordinary, hit him with the force of a physical blow. He pulled the car into the driveway, killed the engine, and the resulting silence of the familiar world felt deafening, fragile, and utterly false. He sat there for several minutes, unable to move, unable to turn off the headlights. He felt intensely nauseous, a physical reaction to the psychic shock. His breath was shallow and rapid, and he could still see the persistent, vivid flash of the two burning, unblinking crimson eyes imprinted on his vision, floating against the dark interior of the car. He finally forced himself to move, fumbling with the keys, his muscles stiff and unresponsive. He stumbled out of the car, the cold night air hitting his face. He walked slowly up the porch steps, listening to the solid, predictable clack-clack-clack of his own boots on the wooden planks. Entering the house felt like crossing a profound border. The air inside was warm and scented with the gentle, lingering perfume of his wife's coffee and the faint sweetness of pine needles from a forgotten autumn decoration. The steady, reliable tick-tock of the grandfather clock in the hall was the sound of reality asserting its dominance. He moved silently through the living room, stripping off his heavy work coat, dropping it haphazardly onto a chair. He did not want to wake his wife, Sarah. He needed the solitude of the moment to grapple with the overwhelming, unbelievable truth he now carried. He went directly to the kitchen, his destination the cold, comforting logic of the faucet and the sink. He plunged his hands into the coldest water he could draw, trying to wash away the lingering, metallic sensation of ozone and fear that he imagined still clung to his skin. He splashed the water over his face, staring at his reflection in the darkened window over the sink. The man staring back was exhausted, his face pale, his eyes wide with a residual terror that transcended mere fatigue. He looked, quite simply, like a man who had briefly stepped outside of his own sanity. The immense internal conflict began immediately, a frantic, silent argument waged against his own consciousness. Part 1. The reality of the senses. You saw it. It was real. It was 7 or 8 feet tall, silent, and it flew straight up without a sound. The laws of nature failed. You must report this. You have a duty to warn someone. Part 2, the logic of the world. No one will ever believe you. You were tired. You were driving alone at 1:30 in the morning. They will say it was a trick of the mist, a misidentified owl, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion. They will think you are drinking, or worse, that you are having a breakdown. The second argument, the logic of the world, was a massive, immovable fortress. Elias was a simple, honest man of his community. His credibility was all he had. To speak of a silent, monumental, red-eyed biped on the roadside would not only invite ridicule, it would shatter the delicate, trusting fabric of his reputation. It would make him the town eccentric, the unreliable witness. He would risk his job at the silo, risk the worried glances of his neighbors, and most crushingly, risk the concerned, gentle sorrow of his wife, Sarah. He stood in the cold, quiet kitchen, the decision hanging over him like the dark wings he had just seen. The price of speaking the truth was the loss of his ordinary, manageable life. The price of keeping the secret was the terrible, crushing burden of absolute, internal knowledge. He thought of the look on the creature's face, or rather, the lack of one. The eyes had been purely radiant, not intelligent in a human sense, but observing with a cold, terrifying impersonality. It had not been aggressive. It had simply been. Elias made his choice, the decision settling upon him with the heavy, final weight of a grave marker. He chose the quiet peace of the ordinary world over the chaotic, unbelievable truth. He would swallow the sight whole, sealing it away in the deepest, most inaccessible corner of his consciousness. He slowly dried his face, folded the damp towel meticulously, and walked to the living room to look at the coat he had dropped. He picked it up, smoothed out the wrinkles, and hung it precisely on the coat rack. He straightened the chair. He erased all evidence of his chaotic arrival. He prepared himself to face the morning as the same, steady, predictable Elias Thorne who had left for work the evening before. He went upstairs, slipped quietly into bed beside his sleeping wife, and lay there, staring at the familiar, dark ceiling. He felt utterly and profoundly alone, separated from the comforting, shared reality of his spouse by the monumental, terrifying secret that was now a permanent, silent resident in his soul. He had chosen silence, but the price of knowing would be the lifelong, heavy whisper of that secret in the deep hours of every future Indiana night. Chapter 4. The Shadow in Daylight and the Altered Routine. The dawn that broke over La Crosse, Indiana, on the morning after Elias Thorne's profound, terrifying encounter was utterly and disappointingly ordinary. The sun rose with its usual slow precision, casting long, pale shadows across the frost-damp fields. The sound of birds returned, singing their mundane, reassuring chorus. Everything in the world looked precisely as it should, utterly denying the monumental, silent intrusion that had occurred just hours before. This normalcy, however, was now a source of deep, persistent unease for Elias. The entire world felt like a perfectly painted theatrical backdrop, fragile and easily torn, masking a terrifying truth that lurked just behind the canvas. He went to work that morning, forcing himself through the motions of his routine at the grain silo. He punched the clock, exchanged quiet, tired greetings with his colleagues, and began the familiar, dusty work of managing the massive grain stores. But his actions were automatic, performed by a body that was present while his mind remained trapped in the silent darkness of the previous night. His perception of the world had irrevocably changed. Imagine the profound effect this incident had on his senses. The light of day, once a comfort, now felt thin and insufficient. He found himself perpetually looking over his shoulder, a constant, low-grade paranoia simmering just beneath the surface of his professional composure. The sound. He was listening with an excruciating, painful intensity. He was listening for that telltale absence of sound, the sudden, muffling drop in the environment's low hum that had heralded the creature's presence. Every sudden silence, every lull in the conversation or the machinery's groan, instantly transported him back to the roadside. The vision. He could no longer look toward the edge of the woods, even in bright daylight, without the indelible image of those two burning crimson eyes flashing in his mind. The edges of his vision felt perpetually blurred, as if the colossal black shadow might materialize at any moment, silently rising from the dusty floor of the silo or the dark space behind a pile of sacks. The weight, the physical feeling of the creature's size, its monumental, silent presence, had left a physical impression on him. He felt perpetually small and vulnerable, a shift in scale that eroded his confidence. His primary focus now was Sarah, his wife. His decision to remain silent had sealed a profound internal isolation, and the effort required to maintain the illusion of his normalcy was exhausting. He had to be careful, meticulous. When Sarah asked him about his shift, he answered with careful, practiced banality, describing the machinery, the cold, the dust. He avoided any mention of the road, the specific hour, or the quiet stretch of woodland. He knew that the smallest deviation from his routine dialogue would invite her gentle, perceptive scrutiny, and he could not bear to shatter her peaceful reality with his terrible secret. His evening routine became subtly, anxiously altered. The drive home. This was now the central, terrifying conflict of his day. He could not avoid the road, as it was the only practical route between the silo and his home. But his pace changed. Where once he had driven slowly out of weary comfort, now he drove with a heightened, aggressive vigilance. He began leaving the high beams on, driving with the strong, intrusive white light blazing against the dark, pushing back the shadows that the creature seemed to inhabit. He kept the radio turned up high, tuning it to the constant, distracting chatter of a news station or the predictable rhythm of a country song. Anything to fill the terrifying void of absolute silence. He developed a new, chilling ritual. As he approached the specific, cursed stretch of woodland where the creature had stood, he would not look directly at the trees. Instead, he would fix his gaze firmly on the yellow center line of the road, counting the dotted segments, focusing his entire consciousness on the predictable, painted geometry of man's design, forcing himself to ignore the profound, silent mystery of the natural world just outside his window. He would arrive home late, consumed by a powerful, nervous energy rather than simple fatigue. He found himself avoiding sleep, preferring the gentle, comforting light of the living room lamp to the vast, encompassing darkness of the bedroom, which too closely mirrored the boundless blackness of the creature's form. He would sit, pretending to read the newspaper, but in reality, he was rehearsing his silence, building a sturdy internal wall around the memory. He knew that even a subtle, unconscious slip, a sudden sigh, a disturbed dream, a look of unprompted fear, could be enough for Sarah to sense the enormous, terrifying truth he was concealing. Elias, the simple man of the grain silo, had become an involuntary gatekeeper of a profound, unsettling secret. He was performing a difficult psychological role every hour of every day. The role of the ordinary man who secretly knows the world is far more strange, vast, and terrifying than anyone around him can possibly imagine. The greatest psychological burden was the unresolved ending. The creature had not attacked, had not spoken, had not revealed its purpose. It had simply watched and then vanished. That lack of closure, that complete ambiguity, meant the threat was not over. It was simply dawn. It left Elias with the terrifying, constant suspicion that the unblinking, crimson eyes could be watching him again, silently, at any point, from any patch of deep shadow. His entire world, once so warm and reliable, was now cold and shadowed, haunted by the memory of a silent, winged monolith on a cold country road in Crosse, Indiana, 3 years before the world would hear the name Mothman for the first time. Chapter 5. The Neighbor's Gaze and the Shifting Atmosphere. The profound secret carried by Elias Thorne, was a deep, silent poison, transforming his perception of the world. But secrets, even the most private ones, often cast subtle, observable shadows. The quiet shift in Elias' behavior, the sudden onset of his rigid routine and perpetual vigilance, did not go entirely unnoticed in the small, closely observed world of Crosse, Indiana. Imagine the texture of this small-town observation. It is not the scrutiny of a police detective. It is the gentle, peripheral awareness of neighbors who have watched each other's rhythms for years. They know when the porch light stays on too long, when the newspaper is picked up too early, or when the pace of a familiar drive is suddenly altered. Our focus now widens slightly to introduce Mr. Arthur Hemmings, Elias' next-door neighbor. Arthur is a retired foreman from the rail yard, a man whose life was spent overseeing the steady, predictable movement of heavy machinery. He is a creature of deep habit, a quiet observer who spends his late afternoons tending to his small garden, and his late evenings sitting in his darkened living room, simply watching the gentle, predictable flow of his street. Arthur knows the sound of Elias' old sedan better than Elias himself. For years, the low, familiar rumble of the car returning from the silo has been a nightly, comforting cue, a final, steady marker before Arthur himself turns in. Elias' arrival usually occurs with the quiet certainty of a clock striking the hour. But since that night, the pattern has subtly, yet undeniably, changed. Arthur would have noticed the altered sound first. Elias' approach is now too fast, the engine laboring with an unnatural urgency. When the car pulls into the driveway, it no longer coasts to a gentle stop. It brakes with a subtle, nervous urgency. And most tellingly, the headlights now remain on for several minutes longer than necessary, their harsh white beams piercing the cozy dark of the street before being abruptly extinguished. This is the first crack in the facade of normalcy, a sudden, unwarranted aggression in a long-established, quiet routine. One evening, perhaps 4 or 5 days after the initial sighting, Arthur is sitting in his living room, sipping a cup of herbal tea, watching the rain fall in quiet, predictable sheets against the window pane. He hears the familiar, distant roar of Elias' sedan approaching the street too quickly. Elias pulls in, stops hard, and the engine shudders into silence. Arthur, purely out of neighborly curiosity, watches. He sees Elias emerge from the car, not with the slow, weary slouch of a man completing a late shift, but with a stiff, almost vigilant posture. Elias does not look tired. He looks tense. Arthur watches as Elias pauses on the driveway, turning his head sharply, scanning the ordinary dark of the neighboring yards and the dense shadows of the maple trees. It is the look of a man who is not looking for a raccoon or a lost cat. It is the look of a man expecting something, checking the periphery for an invisible, lingering presence. The tension radiating from Elias is palpable, even through the rain-streaked window. Arthur notices the strange, intense focus in Elias' eyes, a persistent, nervous flicker that suggests he is constantly tracking something unseen. The quiet observation lingers. Arthur is a rational man. He dismisses the initial strangeness. Elias must be stressed from work. Perhaps they had a difficult inspection at the silo. Maybe he simply had a scare with a deer on the county road. These are the logical, comfortable excuses that insulate the mind from the bizarre. Yet the altered routine continues. Elias stops talking about the weather with the same easy familiarity. He maintains an intense, almost deliberate avoidance of eye contact. When they exchange brief nods across the fence, Elias' gaze seems hurried, anxious, as if he is constantly trying to rush through the interaction and retreat behind the safety of his own closed door. Arthur, a man who prides himself on the steady predictability of his world, starts to feel a faint, low-grade hum of unease. The disturbance is not a bang or a flash, but a subtle, pervasive alteration in the very mood of the neighborhood. It is the feeling that one note in a long familiar song has gone suddenly, inexplicably, sharp. This spreading feeling of unease is compounded by other, seemingly unrelated events that begin to filter through the quiet channels of the small town. The telephone static. Several local residents, particularly those whose telephone lines run near the marshland or the dense woods, begin to complain to the small, local operator about unusual amounts of static on their lines, often late at night. Not just random noise, but a high-pitched, insistent SHHH hiss that occasionally drowns out conversation. The telephone company dismisses it as seasonal dampness affecting the old copper lines. The missing dogs, 2 farm dogs from properties bordering the woodland marsh, normally reliable and well-fenced, disappear without a trace. Their absence is attributed to coyotes or simple straying, but the farmers note the strange lack of struggle or disturbance near the fences. The bird silence. A local amateur ornithologist reports an unnatural silence in the deep woods near the Kankakee River. The evening bird chorus, usually robust even in late autumn, has suddenly, inexplicably ceased. It is a profound biological silence that chills him. Elias hears these whispers. He hears the talk at the silo lunch counter about the static, the missing dogs, and the odd quiet of the woods. And with every confirmation of this subtle, collective shift in the atmosphere, the towering burden of his own secret grows heavier. He realizes that the creature, the silent geometry he had witnessed, was not an isolated event confined to his own terrified consciousness. It had left behind a vibrational residue, a subtle energetic disruption that the entire, sensitive environment of Crosse was now beginning to feel. The creature may have ascended silently into the dark sky, but its terrifying wake was slowly spreading through the human and natural world, manifesting not as a monster or a disaster, but as a low, persistent hum of dread in the communal consciousness. Elias now understands that his terror is not only internal, it is verified by the subtle paranoia of his neighbor, the static on the lines, and the silence in the woods. He must maintain his normal facade, not just for his own sanity, but to avoid becoming the lightning rod for the terrifying, unspoken truth that is slowly, quietly creeping out of the dark marshlands and into the quiet streets of Crosse, Indiana. Chapter 6. The Cold Walk and the Scrutiny of the Soil. The psychological burden carried by Elias Thorne, was becoming unbearable. The silence he had chosen was not a shield. It was a prison, isolating him within a reality no one else shared. The subtle, nervous observation of his neighbor, Arthur Hemmings, and the community whispers about static and strange silences were not enough. He desperately needed physical validation, some tangible piece of evidence to prove that the monumental shadow and the burning crimson eyes had existed outside the confines of his own exhausted mind. The need to return to the site became a quiet, insistent obsession. It was a morbid necessity, a psychic obligation to confront the very spot where his life had diverged from the known path. Imagine Elias planning this pilgrimage. It required meticulous, anxious calculation to ensure his absence would not be noted by his wife, Sarah, or by any of his early rising neighbors. He chose a Saturday morning, a time when the rhythm of the town was naturally slower, when he could claim an early, necessary errand or an unscheduled repair at the silo. He left the house before the sun had fully risen, when the light was still a thin, cold gray, and the fields were dusted with a heavy, brittle layer of frost. He drove his old sedan with a tense, almost unnatural slowness, savoring the silence that was briefly his own before the demands of the day began. As he approached the stretch of road that bordered the dense woodland, the scene of his confrontation, the familiar, visceral knot of dread tightened in his stomach. He pulled his car well off the asphalt and into a long, overgrown farmer's track, concealing it behind a thicket of brown, skeletal bushes. He killed the engine, and the resulting absolute silence was immediate, heavy, and intensely reminiscent of the terrifying stillness of the night. He stepped out of the car, pulling his heavy canvas coat tighter around his body. The air was bitterly cold, carrying the sharp, metallic tang of the marsh and the pervasive scent of decaying leaves. He was alone, utterly, profoundly alone with his impossible secret. The walk from the track to the roadside verge was slow, every step deliberate. His boots crunched loudly on the frozen earth, a jarring sound in the heavy silence. He approached the precise spot where the dark monolith had stood, his heart hammering a frantic, uneven rhythm. The scene in the weak gray light of morning was deceivingly ordinary. There was the ditch, clogged with brown, frozen reeds. There was the tall, imposing wall of the woodland, the trees standing mute and indifferent. And there was the pale, cracked asphalt of the county road. Nothing appeared broken, scorched, or disturbed. Elias began his meticulous, anxious scrutiny of the soil. He knelt down near the edge of the road, ignoring the biting cold that immediately seeped through the canvas of his trousers. He searched with a painful, focused intensity, dragging his gloved fingers through the stiff, frozen grass and the muddy, uneven soil. He was looking for any anomaly, a crushed patch of earth that suggested immense weight, a broken branch that might have been snapped by a colossal wingspan, or the faint, metallic scent of ozone that he recalled from the night. The ground was stubbornly unyielding. The frost and the natural, chaotic mess of autumn undergrowth had reclaimed the area quickly. The soil was firm, disturbed only by the random tracks of deer and the delicate, etched paths of night creatures. Minutes stretched into an eternity of tense searching, yielding only mud and frozen leaves. A powerful, sickening wave of self-doubt began to wash over him. Was the logic of the world right? Was it truly just fatigue, a trick of the mist, a monumental hallucination brought on by exhaustion and the terror of the dark? The idea that he might have traded his own sanity and peace for a delusion was a terrifying, desolate thought. He stood up, defeated, his mind already formulating the words of self-condemnation. He was about to retreat, to accept the harsh verdict of the mundane morning light, when his eye caught a subtle, almost invisible deviation in the pattern of the earth. It was located in the deeper part of the ditch, slightly obscured by a clump of brown, dead reeds, precisely where the colossal mass of the creature's body would have loomed. He knelt again, pulling the reeds aside with anxious, clumsy movements. And there, pressed into the firmer, darker mud beneath the reeds, were several distinct, deep impressions. They were not the faint, etched prints of a boot or a deer. They were three distinct, large, unidentifiable depressions, forming a rough, short-paced sequence, as if something incredibly heavy had stood or stepped briefly in that specific spot. The marks were circular and deep, suggesting immense point pressure, the weight of something vast concentrated into small areas. Crucially, the soil around the impressions was not scattered or displaced. It was compressed, as if the earth had been momentarily forced down by sheer, overwhelming force, matching his memory of the creature's massive, unwavering stillness. He stared at the ground, his breath misting rapidly in the cold air. The relief was immediate, raw, and almost debilitating. It was not a hallucination. The marks were silent witnesses, physical proof that the laws of nature had been momentarily challenged on this quiet stretch of Indiana road. He did not know what they were. They were too large for any bird he knew, too heavy for any man. They were the signature of the dark, winged entity, a tangible, physical scar left upon the earth. He spent another agonizing 20 minutes studying the marks, memorizing their size and depth, the feeling of the compressed mud. He knew he could not take a picture, could not bring a shovel, could not risk leaving any trace of his own investigation. The proof had to remain silent, just like the creature itself. Finally, satisfied with the terrible certainty he had found, he stood up. He gently nudged the dead reeds back into place, covering the impressions, restoring the facade of natural disorder. He turned and walked quickly back to his car, leaving the deep, silent secret buried again in the cold, frozen earth. Elias drove home, no longer consumed by paralyzing doubt, but by a profound, chilling certainty. He was still isolated, still silent, but he now carried a terrible, shared knowledge with the land itself. The creature was real. It had stood exactly where he remembered, a monumental shadow witnessed only by him and the silent, cold soil of La Crosse, Indiana. Chapter 7. The Subterranean Hum and the Frequency of Dread. The knowledge that Elias Thorne carried was no longer just a terrifying visual memory. After his visit to the cold, scarred ditch, the secret had become physical, validated by the heavy compressions in the soil. This validation, however, did not bring peace. It amplified his vulnerability, replacing doubt with a cold, absolute certainty that the monumental shadow was not a phantom, but a real, massive intrusion into the fabric of his quiet life in La Crosse, Indiana. The internal fear Elias experienced now began to manifest externally, coinciding with a chilling, subtle shift in the auditory landscape of the town, a phenomenon that only certain people, and increasingly Elias himself, could perceive. Imagine the sound environment of a small, rural town in the early 1960s. It is typically defined by clear, recognizable sounds: the distant whine of a tractor, the bark of a dog, the familiar clatter of the nightly freight train crossing the plains. These sounds are the anchors of reality. But slowly, insidiously, a new sound began to permeate the deep silence of the nights, particularly around the areas closest to the woods and the marsh. A sound so low, so pervasive, that it was often mistaken for a mechanical malfunction, or perhaps simply the internal thrumming of one's own circulatory system. This was the subterranean hum. It was a constant, low-frequency vibration, felt more than heard, a profound, resonant drone that seemed to emanate not from the air, but from deep within the earth itself. It was the sound of something colossal, something immensely powered, operating silently just beyond the threshold of normal human hearing. Elias first noticed it in his kitchen late one night. He was sitting alone, consumed by his usual vigil of anxious silence, pretending to read. The house was utterly still, his wife Sarah sleeping soundly upstairs. In that profound quiet, he became aware of the insistent, physical pressure behind his ears, a constant low bass throb that seemed to resonate through the very floorboards and up through the soles of his feet. He initially dismissed it as a domestic annoyance. the refrigerator motor running hard, the furnace laboring against the cold, or perhaps a distant, heavy-duty machine operating late at the silo. He would walk to the refrigerator and unplug it, only to find the drone persisting, unyielding, deep, and continuous. He would then walk into the silent living room, pressing his ear against the cold plaster wall. The feeling was intensified there. The entire structure of the house seemed to be vibrating with this deep, constant frequency of dread. It was an unnatural sound, lacking the rhythm or signature of known terrestrial machinery. It felt organic yet vast, suggesting something profoundly alive and immensely powered lying hidden in the dark. The persistence of the hum began to confirm Elia's greatest fear. The creature had not simply left. The encounter was not over. The silent, winged monolith had left behind an energetic residue, a continuous vibrational wake that was now slowly saturating the environment of La Crosse. The psychological effect of this sound was insidious. Because it was so low frequency, it was often filtered out by the conscious mind, yet it constantly irritated the nervous system. It prevented true rest. Elias found his sleep growing shallower, more fitful, haunted by the feeling of that subterranean drone resonating through his skull. This auditory disturbance also created the next layer of his isolation. He attempted, cautiously, to broach the subject with Sarah one morning over breakfast. "Did you hear anything last night, Sarah?" he asked, attempting to keep his voice casual, focused only on the mundane. A sort of low sound, like a very deep motor running far away. Sarah, completely insulated by her ordinary life and a less sensitive hearing spectrum, simply smiled and shook her head. "I didn't hear a thing, dear. You must be tired. Maybe the wind catching the chimney just right." Her dismissal was gentle, loving, and absolute. It confirmed the terrifying loneliness of his perception. He realized that this sound, this continuous physical confirmation of the intrusion, was his and his alone. He was now operating on a separate, more terrifying frequency than the rest of his community. The hum was also perceived briefly by others, but always in fragments and always dismissed. The rail yard worker. A young night shunter at the rail yard near the marsh complained to his supervisor that the old transformers seemed to be singing a funny, low song late at night, a song that made his teeth ache. He was told to wear earplugs. The elderly farmer. An elderly farmer living in a remote cabin reported to his family that he kept feeling a pressure in his ears, like before a storm, even when the sky was clear. He attributed it to advancing age and poor circulation. These were the isolated, mundane reports that the rational mind used to explain away the unsettling. But for Elias, each fragment was a terrible, whispered confirmation. He knew the pressure wasn't a storm, and the song wasn't a transformer. It was the frequency of the unknown, a deep, quiet terror resonating in the very bedrock of Indiana. He began to notice that the humming was most intense when he drove home at night, particularly as he approached the cursed stretch of woodland. The sound would rise slowly, peaking in an intense, localized vibration just as he passed the very spot where the creature had stood. It was as if the air itself, at that geographical point, was still vibrating with the lingering energy of the entity's silent power. Elias, the simple man of routine, was now deeply entangled in a non-verbal, non-visual communication with the unseen. The creature was no longer just a shadow in the night. It was an enduring vibration, a continuous, exhausting reminder of the secret he carried. His life had transformed into a relentless, internal audit of every sound, every vibration, and every subtle shift in the profound, heavy silence of the night, forever listening for the return of the monumental, soundless form that had gifted him the terrible knowledge of the subterranean hum. Chapter 8. The Marshland Lore and the Deepening Roots of Dread. The relentless, low-frequency subterranean hum that plagued Elias Thorne, was more than an auditory annoyance. It was a constant, insistent question. It asked, why here? Why had the silent, monumental creature chosen that specific, unassuming stretch of road bordering the Kankakee River marshlands in Crosse, Indiana, for its brief, terrifying manifestation? Driven by this inescapable need for context, Elias began a slow, quiet, and deeply personal investigation into the history of the land itself. This was not a formal inquiry. It was a desperate, subtle act of intellectual curiosity undertaken during his few hours of anxious solitude, away from the scrutiny of Sarah and the town. He spent his lunch breaks not at the noisy silo counter, but in the hushed, dusty confines of the small La Crosse public library. The library, with its scent of old paper and polished wood, was a sanctuary of known facts, a place where the logic of the past was preserved. He spent hours poring over local histories, dusty scrapbooks, and faded newspaper clippings detailing the development of the region. He focused intently on the Kankakee River basin. Today, the area was mostly reclaimed farmland and manageable marsh, but the local histories revealed a far wilder, more formidable landscape in the past. The Kankakee was once known as the Everglades of the North, a vast, sprawling wetland so immense and impenetrable that it defied easy human settlement for centuries. It was a place where early settlers and hunters often spoke of the land's swallowing sound, of a profound, heavy silence that could disorient and frighten even the most seasoned woodsmen. Elias read accounts from the late 19th century describing strange lights, often mistaken for errant lanterns or swamp gas, seen hovering over the deepest, most inaccessible parts of the marsh during cold, dark nights. These lights were consistently described as performing slow, deliberate movements, sometimes sinking silently into the black water. He felt a chilling resonance with these old tales. The descriptions of the lights were too similar to the low, hovering stillness that had preceded the appearance of the Great Shadow. He discovered that the area had always carried a reputation for unease. The local indigenous people, whose ancient camps dotted the high ground near the river, had legends of the marsh being a thin place, a borderland where the world of man often intersected with entities from the deep water or the cold, dark air. These stories spoke of powerful, silent protectors or harbingers of great change, creatures of immense size that rarely showed themselves but whose passage could leave a palpable sense of dread and unnatural silence. One particular, faded clipping caught Elias' attention. It was a brief, almost humorous anecdote from a local hunter in the early 1900s who claimed to have seen a colossal man-shaped shadow standing silently on the high bank of the river, an entity so vast it blotted out the stars. The hunter, writing with a nervous jocularity, attributed the sighting to too much whiskey and a lack of sleep, but the core description, the sheer, overwhelming scale and the terrifying silence, sent a tremor of cold certainty through Elias. This investigation gave Elias a crucial sense of context. The winged shadow was not a random intruder to a peaceful landscape. It was, perhaps, a returnee, a manifestation intrinsically linked to the dark, wild, and energetically strange history of the Kankakee Marsh. The creature had chosen that spot because it was, and perhaps had always been, a point of access, a node of high strangeness on the geological map. The profound silence he had experienced, the subterranean hum that now plagued his nights, and the immense size of the entity were all echoes of a deeper, older truth buried in the cold, wet soil. The weight of the secret now shifted slightly. It was no longer just his isolated truth. It was a terrifying continuation of a local, historical mystery. This connection did not make the creature less frightening, but it made his terrible knowledge feel less like a personal descent into madness and more like an unwelcome, inherited burden. He was now a participant in the deep lore of his own hometown. He closed the heavy library books, the scent of old paper now mixed in his mind with the pervasive, haunting image of those burning crimson eyes. He left the sanctuary of known facts, walking back out into the mundane, predictable street of Crosse, knowing that the world was still quiet, still ordinary, but that he now carried the knowledge of the ancient, silent darkness that ran deep beneath the unassuming farmlands of Indiana. He was bound to the marshland and its long-forgotten secrets, a lone witness to a terrifying resurgence of the impossible. Chapter 9. The Shared Frequency and the Old Man's Warning. The deep, solitary secret carried by Elias Thorne, was a terrifying weight, but his recent internal investigation had shown him he was not entirely alone. The physical marks in the earth confirmed the creature's reality, and the old local histories confirmed the land's peculiar reputation. Now, the final layer of his isolation was about to be peeled away by the subtle, shared experience of the strange phenomena. Elias had made an effort to listen more intently to the casual conversations around town, the muted whispers at the hardware store, the low gossip exchanged over the lunch counter at the silo. He was listening not for news of a monster, but for reports of environmental anomaly, static, unexplained power dips, and above all, the unsettling, low-frequency subterranean hum that plagued his own nights. His moment of connection came, fittingly, at the local gas station, a small, greasy beacon of light and simple commerce at the edge of town. Elias had pulled in late one afternoon to fill his old sedan, trying to stick rigidly to his altered, vigilant schedule. As he stood there, watching the numbers spin on the fuel pump, he noticed an old, wiry man pulling up to the adjacent pump. This was Old Man Fitzwilliam, a retired dairy farmer who lived in one of the remote, dilapidated farmhouses closest to the deep woods and the Kankakee River marshlands. Fitzwilliam was known for his sharp eyes, his solitary nature, and his deep, intuitive knowledge of the land. A man who still read the weather not by the forecast, but by the behavior of the creek and the wind. The two men exchanged the obligatory, quiet nod of small-town familiarity. As the fuel pump ticked, Fitzwilliam, a man known for his slow, deliberate manner of speech, began to complain not about the price of gas, but about the silence. Even in Elias, Fitzwilliam said, his voice raspy and slow. Got a strange quiet to it lately, don't it? Seems to settle heavy on the whole western end of the county. Elias froze, his hand resting on the pump handle. This was not a complaint about wind or weather. It was a commentary on the absence of sound, the precise phenomenon that had unnerved Elias since the creature's silent departure. Elias cleared his throat, trying to keep his own voice neutral, non-committal. It does seem still, Mr. Fitzwilliam. Cold settling in, maybe. Fitzwilliam slowly shook his head, his gaze distant, fixed on the shadowy field stretching toward the woods. No, not a cold quiet. This is a listening quiet. A quiet that's got something pressed up against it. My old dog won't sleep facing the woods anymore. Just lies there, staring at the floorboards, trembling like a leaf when the moon's full. The confirmation sent a profound, cold tremor through Elias. The missing dogs, the bird's silence, and now, the veteran farmer reporting that his dog was exhibiting the exact, terrified vigilance that Elias had noted in his own mind. Encouraged by the farmer's raw intuition, Elias decided to tread the dangerous line of his secret, carefully introducing the auditory anomaly he alone had been experiencing so profoundly. "I have been noticing something else," Elias ventured, lowering his voice slightly despite the fact they were alone. "A deep sound, a kind of hum, comes from the ground or maybe the air. Low, constant, makes my teeth ache sometimes if I stay up late." Fitzwilliam turned his head fully, his sharp, weathered eyes finally meeting Elias' gaze, and in that look Elias saw no skepticism, only immediate shared recognition. "The drone," Fitzwilliam stated, his voice a low, steady rumble. "Yes, comes through the foundations. My wife, bless her, thinks it's the new high-tension lines they put in over toward the highway. But I know that sound. It's not electricity, it's pressure. Like something mighty heavy is resting down deep in the earth, and it's breathing slow." Fitzwilliam then leaned slightly closer, his breath smelling of pipe tobacco and cold night air. "I only hear it when I step outside, or sometimes when I'm lying awake in the silence after midnight. It started about a week or so ago. Coincides with the troubles out by the old marsh, where that stretch of the county road runs." He didn't need to specify the troubles. Elias knew exactly the precise coordinates he was referring to, the very spot where he had found the colossal footprints. The moment was one of immense, profound relief for Elias. The enormous burden of his isolation had just been halved. He was not crazy. The creature was real, and its residual energy, the terrifying low-frequency subterranean hum, was now part of the shared reality of at least one other sharp, grounded man in Crosse. Fitzwilliam, seeing the validation and fear in Elias' eyes, then delivered the quiet, chilling warning, rooted in his deep knowledge of the land's ancient cycles. "That marsh, Elias," he said, tapping a finger gently on the metal pump. "It keeps its secrets, but it doesn't keep them forever. When the land starts to feel that kind of pressure, that deep vibration, it means something has come back to rest. And something that big, that silent, it doesn't just come to rest without a purpose. You keep your lights bright, son. And you listen to the dog." He finished filling his truck, replacing the nozzle with a slow, deliberate movement. He had offered no specifics about a winged creature or red eyes, but he had confirmed every piece of sensory and environmental strangeness that Elias had been carrying. He had validated the frequency of dread. As Fitzwilliam drove slowly away, his tail lights disappearing into the gloom, Elias stood alone at the gas pump, the cold night air rushing in. He was no longer battling a hallucination. He was battling a shared, confirmed, and enduring mystery rooted in the ancient, wild history of his own quiet town. The monumental shadow was real, and the whole western edge of the county was beginning to perceive its terrible, silent wake. Chapter 10. The Vigil of Dread and the Calculated Risk. The validation received from Old Man Fitzwilliam, was a psychological catalyst for Elias Thorne. His secret was no longer a solitary nightmare, but a shared frequency, recognized by a grounded man of the land. This confirmation, coupled with the relentless, unsettling pressure of the subterranean hum that continued to vibrate through his home every night, solidified a new, dangerous resolve in Elias. He could no longer afford to simply run away. He had to watch. His isolation had transformed into a desperate need for knowledge. He reasoned that if the creature had indeed come back to rest, as Fitzwilliam suggested, it might be observed again. He needed to find its pattern, its hidden anchorage in the vast, shadowed wilderness of the Kankakee Marsh. This was not a decision born of courage, but of necessity and deep dread. He began meticulous, anxious preparations for his vigil, a private, cold weather surveillance operation conducted entirely in secret, utilizing the late hours of the night that had once been reserved for his commute and quiet rest. The primary challenge was concealment. He could not, under any circumstances, take his old sedan to the scene. The sound and the telltale tire tracks on the muddy track would be too obvious. He had to rely on a slower, quieter mode of transport. He retrieved his old, heavy bicycle from the dusty corner of his barn, a relic from his youth, well-oiled and almost silent. Imagine the painstaking process of outfitting himself for this lonely, cold assignment. He layered up in thick, dark woolen clothing, deep browns and blacks, to merge with the shadows of the woodland. He took a heavy, powerful battery-operated lantern, but his intention was only to use it for navigation while miles away from the target area, never for direct illumination of the marsh itself. He knew that the unblinking, crimson eyes of the creature possessed a light so powerful and terrifying that his weak lantern would be useless, and his own light a giveaway. His chosen observation post was carefully selected, a small, dense thicket of old oak and stubborn, thorny brush located on a small rise a half-mile from the spot where he had seen the creature standing on the roadside, offering a wide, if distant, view of the marsh opening and the desolate stretch of county road. The first night of his vigil was terrifyingly slow. He left his house around 11:30, pedaling the heavy bicycle silently down the cold, dark country lanes. The physical effort was welcome, giving his mind a tangible task to focus on besides the internal terror. The cold air burned in his lungs, and the friction of the machine provided a rhythmic, grounding sound against the otherwise overwhelming silence. As he pedaled closer to the western edge of the county, the silence began its familiar, chilling transformation. The subtle background noise of the rural night, the distant howl of a train, the faint rush of the wind began to be steadily dampened, muted by that profound, unnatural stillness. And then he felt it again intensely, the heavy, low-frequency subterranean hum. It resonated up through the pedals and the metal frame of the bicycle, vibrating through his bones and into the very base of his skull. It was a tangible, physical presence, confirming he was entering the creature's field of influence. He ditched the bicycle deep into the hedgerow, covering it carefully with dead leaves and brush, and proceeded the rest of the way on foot. The terrain was uneven and frozen, the ground cracking under his heavy boots. Every sound he made felt monstrously loud in the pervasive silence. He finally reached his hidden observation post. He settled down onto the cold, frozen earth beneath the thick canopy of a sprawling oak, pulling a heavy blanket of coarse wool over his legs to ward off the penetrating cold. He did not light a fire. He did not move. He was a statue of pure, concentrated dread. His view was a vast expanse of profound darkness. He could vaguely make out the silver gleam of the distant Kankakee River where it snaked through the marsh, reflecting the cold, indifferent light of the crescent moon. The tall, skeletal silhouettes of the winter trees formed an impenetrable curtain around the marsh's edge. The hours that followed were an eternity of intense, unwavering stillness. Elias sat, battling the cold, battling the pervasive exhaustion, and most intensely, battling the insistent internal pressure of the subterranean hum. It was a continuous, dull roar in his ears, a constant reminder of the unseen power operating nearby. He scanned the dark marsh edge for any anomaly. He searched for the red eyes, the telltale vertical rise of the shadow, or the simple flash of a disturbed movement. He saw nothing. Absolutely nothing. The silence, broken only by the rhythmic, agonizing pulse of the drone, remained absolute. The creature, if it was indeed resting, was doing so with a terrifying, profound stillness that matched the silence of its flight. As the pre-dawn hours approached, that cold, desolate time just before the first hint of morning, Elias experienced a profound, new layer of chilling awareness. He realized that the pervasive darkness was not uniform. In the deep shadows over the marsh, there was an area of absolute deeper blackness. It was a region where the minimal ambient light from the distant town and the moon seemed to be actively absorbed, creating a vacuum of light, a place where no reflection, no trace of luminosity could survive. It was a silent, visual signature of an immense, cold mass. He focused his tired, burning eyes on this spot for what felt like an hour, straining his vision, trying to determine if the visual vacuum was caused by a natural depression or a heavy concentration of pine trees. But his mind, irrevocably damaged by the first encounter, told him otherwise. It told him that this area of super darkness was the creature's anchorage, the place where the monumental shadow was currently resting, waiting, utterly silent, completely absorbed by the ancient, heavy darkness of the marsh. As the first, faint, gray streaks of dawn began to appear in the eastern sky, the subterranean hum began its slow, steady recession. The pressure eased behind his ears, and the gentle, natural sounds of the awakening rural world began to tentatively filter back into the environment. The faint chirp of a bird, the distant rumble of a truck on the highway. Elias packed his blanket, his body stiff with cold and lack of sleep. He retreated silently, leaving no trace, pedaling his heavy bicycle back through the now safe, gray light of the morning. He had found no definitive proof of the creature's presence, but he had confirmed its influence, its vibrational field, and the exact coordinates of the visual vacuum where it had chosen to settle. He was no closer to understanding its purpose, but he was now inextricably bound to its silent, persistent presence in the Kankakee Marsh. Chapter 11. The Veil of Silence and the Gaze of Suspicion. For Sarah Thorne, the terror that had consumed her husband, Elias, was not an immense, winged shadow or a deep, subterranean hum. It was a devastating silence. The monster that haunted her nights was the profound, unbridgeable distance that had suddenly, inexplicably, grown between her and the man she had loved for decades. Imagine the atmosphere of their quiet home in Crosse, Indiana, transformed into a stage for this slow, emotional drama. Everything in the house remained the same. The scent of her cooking, the placement of the furniture, the rhythm of the clock. Yet the essence of their life felt fundamentally altered. Sarah was a woman of gentle but keen perception. She had spent her life tuned to the subtle language of her husband, the depth of his sigh when he was truly tired, the precise pressure of his hand on hers, the comfortable, rhythmic sound of his sleep. Now all those familiar signals were distorted by the immense, cold weight of his secret. She observed the changes in Elias with a growing, anxious dread that she kept hidden behind a gentle smile and routine conversation. The look, his eyes were the most painful sign. They were constantly vigilant, never truly resting, always darting toward the window, the shadows, or the periphery of the room. When he looked at her, his gaze was often distant, preoccupied, as if he were seeing her through a pane of glass that separated her world from his terrifying new reality. There was a constant, faint flicker of apprehension deep within his pupils. The exhaustion. He was perpetually tired, but not with the honest, physical fatigue of work. This was a nervous, mental exhaustion, the result of fighting the subterranean hum and conducting his lonely, secret vigils by the Kankakee Marsh. He would fall asleep suddenly, only to wake with a sharp, involuntary gasp, his body tense, instantly listening for that deep, low drone he knew only he could truly hear. The ritual, She noticed the obsessive meticulousness of his routine, the way he now checked the locks on the doors and windows not once, but twice, sometimes 3 times before bed. The way he meticulously examined the tires of his sedan before leaving for work, or the unnatural concentration he maintained on the newspaper, reading the same paragraphs repeatedly, his mind obviously elsewhere. Sarah, unable to find a rational explanation, began constructing her own internal, desperate theories. Is he ill? Is he worried about his job at the silo? Has he met with some silent, insurmountable financial trouble? Her mind circled these mundane, solvable problems, desperately trying to anchor his profound distress in the comforting reality of their shared life. One evening, the emotional tension peaked. Elias had returned from one of his clandestine watches, stiff with cold and utterly drained, both physically and psychologically. He was sitting at the kitchen table, staring blankly into a cup of cooling coffee, while the oppressive, low-frequency hum, which he felt vibrating in his bones, made his efforts to appear calm utterly futile. Sarah approached him slowly, placing a gentle hand on his tense, rigid shoulder. "Elias," she said softly, her voice filled with quiet concern, "you haven't been yourself for weeks. You are tired, you look like you haven't slept, and you aren't here. Where do you go when you look through me like that?" Her simple, profound question, "Where do you go?" was the sharpest test of his sealed resolve. He felt the immense, terrifying weight of the secret pressing against his throat. He had to lie not just with words but with his entire presence to protect her from the madness he knew. He gently covered her hand with his own, summoning all his residual strength to offer a comforting, if weary, tone. "It's nothing, darling, just the pressure at the silo. Things aren't running smooth. I'm worried about the winter shift. Too much on my mind." The explanation was simple, professional, and utterly dishonest. Sarah listened, but her eyes, filled with the deep, loving intuition of a spouse, did not believe him. She felt the deliberate distance in his words, the careful flatness of his tone. She knew, with a certainty that chilled her, that the trouble was not grain tariffs or machinery. The trouble was something private, massive, and frightening. "It's more than the silo, Elias," she whispered, her voice cracking slightly with contained anxiety. "You are carrying something heavy, something you won't let me share, and whatever it is, it's colder than the outside air." She retreated from the conflict, accepting his lie because the truth, whatever it was clearly too terrible to articulate. But her doubt did not vanish. It settled into a constant, low-grade suspicion that mirrored the subterranean hum that plagued him. The terror for Sarah was that she had been replaced. She realized that he was sharing his most profound, terrifying experience not with her, but with the silence of the night, the darkness of the forest, and the strange, unseen forces that now seemed to control his every action. Elia's efforts to protect her had, ironically, only succeeded in making her feel intensely vulnerable and profoundly alone. She knew her husband was facing an ordeal of monumental proportion, and she was forced to watch his slow, cold erosion from the safe, yet agonizing distance of their kitchen table, listening to the silence that now felt colder and darker than any truth he could possibly confess. Chapter 12. The Unnatural Perch and the Witness Observed. The profound, agonizing isolation of Elias Thorne, had reached a plateau. He had validated the creature's reality with the cold earth, confirmed its continuous energetic presence with the subterranean hum, and shared the general atmospheric dread with old man Fitzwilliam. His life had settled into a strained, exhausting rhythm of secret vigilance and emotional concealment from his wife, Sarah. But the unknown does not respect human routine. It expands, it adapts, and it finds new, terrifying ways to assert its presence. The creature, the silent, winged monolith, now introduced a chilling, intimate escalation. It began to watch its witness. Elia's house, once a fortress of domestic normalcy, suddenly felt exposed, its windows like large, vulnerable eyes staring out into the vast, indifferent darkness of the La Crosse, Indiana night. The change in the creature's behavior was first detected not visually, but by a subtle, profound shift in the intensity of the hum. Elias was sitting in his kitchen late one night, consumed by his usual anxious insomnia. The low, resonant drone that plagued him usually felt localized, distant, emanating from the direction of the marsh, the creature's supposed anchorage. But this night the sound was different. It was closer, more intense, and alarmingly mobile. It felt less like a distant pressure and more like a heavy, localized vibration, emanating not from the horizon, but from immediately overhead. He stood up slowly, the tremor of the hum seeming to travel up through his spine. He walked to the center of the living room, feeling the pressure mount until it peaked in an agonizing, focused resonance that centered directly over the roofline of his house. Elias moved cautiously to the front window. The old, thick curtain was drawn, but he knelt down, pressing his face close to the cold pane, using the small, half-inch gap where the curtain didn't quite meet the windowsill to peer out. The street was utterly dark, quiet, and ordinary. His neighbor Arthur Hemming's house was a dark, silent silhouette. The faint light from the distant street lamp barely reached his yard. And then Elias looked up. He tilted his head back, straining his neck, trying to see the roof line, the gutter, and the dark, tangled branches of the massive oak tree that stood just across his narrow lawn. The oak tree was old, vast, and leafless, its thick, sprawling branches forming a high, dark canopy that overshadowed his entire property. It was the natural sentinel of his yard, and on the highest, thickest, most central branch of that oak, perched silently above the sleeping town, was the creature. It was an immense, impossible silhouette. Even in the profound darkness, Elias could perceive the unmistakable, monumental scale of the entity. Its colossal, folded wings were draped around its body like heavy black velvet, giving it the appearance of an enormous, brooding gargoyle, perfectly blended into the dark geometry of the high branches. The creature was utterly motionless, a massive concentration of blackness against the faint, star-pricked sky. It defied the logic of mass and gravity, resting silently on a branch that should have snapped under its colossal weight. And the eyes. The 2 points of vivid, terrifying crimson were fixed directly down, not on the house generally, but Elias felt, with a chilling, absolute certainty, directly on his own window. They burned with the same unnerving, self-contained light he had seen on the county road, but now they were intimate, terrifyingly close, dominating the dark space above his home. The terror that flooded Elias was overwhelming, transcending the initial shock of the roadside encounter. That first time, the creature was an anomaly on neutral ground. This time, it was a breach, an invasion of the single, most sacred and safe space in his life, his home. He remained crouched by the window, unable to move, locked in a silent, paralyzed confrontation with the creature perched on the unnatural perch. The subterranean hum was now a deafening, localized roar in his ears, vibrating the glass and the very fabric of the house around him. He could physically feel the oppressive weight and concentrated energy of the thing just 60 feet above his head. His paramount fear shifted instantly from his own safety to the safety of Sarah, sleeping unknowingly just a wall away. He imagined the creature silently unfolding those vast, black wings, dropping silently onto the roof, or peering into their bedroom window. The thought propelled a raw, desperate surge of protective panic. He slowly, agonizingly backed away from the window, dropping silently onto the carpeted floor. He crawled, not daring to stand, moving backward until his back hit the cold, solid wall of the hallway, putting as much physical space as possible between himself and the direct, silent gaze of the thing in the tree. The creature made no noise. It did not move. It did not threaten with physical action. Its presence alone was the threat, the perfect, silent, unblinking surveillance of its witness. After what felt like an hour of agonizing silence and the relentless, pounding pressure of the hum, Elias cautiously crept back to the window. He risked a second, quick look. The high branch of the oak was empty. The immense, dark silhouette was gone. The intense, localized hum had receded, returning to its familiar, low, distant drone from the direction of the marsh. The creature had left no physical evidence, no broken branches, no disturbed leaves. It had simply perched, watched, and silently vanished, leaving behind the profound, devastating knowledge that the line of separation was gone. Elias Thorne was no longer an accidental witness stumbling upon a phenomenon in the wild. He was now the subject of the creature's terrible, silent attention. His secret was known, and the dark sentinel was now capable of reaching him, silently, in the very heart of his home in Crosse, Indiana. The terror had become intimate, and the long vigil had just begun. Chapter 13. The Shattered Glass and the Cold Witness. The terror for Sarah Thorne, was initially emotional. The profound, chilling silence and distance of her husband, Elias Thorne. But the creature, by shifting its surveillance to their home, now began to leave tiny, indelible physical signatures that shattered the illusion of domestic peace and forced Sarah into the same terrifying reality Elias inhabited. She became, without knowing the full, monumental truth, a secondary, unwilling witness. Her observations, rooted in the predictable, meticulous world of the homemaker, were far more difficult to dismiss than any distant light or vague hum. The most noticeable disruption occurred the morning after the creature had used the massive oak tree as its unnatural perch. Sarah was the first awake, going about her ritual of making coffee. As she passed the front hallway, near the coat rack and the massive, darkened tree outside the window, she noticed a peculiar anomaly on the porch. The small, ornamental glass wind chime that had hung by the front door for years, a beloved wedding gift that tinkled gently with every breeze, lay in pieces on the wooden porch floor. Imagine her confusion. The night had been profoundly still. There was no discernible wind, no storm, no sign of any break-in. The glass was not scattered widely. It was contained in a small, tight circle, shattered into meticulous, small fragments, as if it had been subjected to a very localized, intense shockwave or vibration. Sarah crouched down, examining the pieces. The glass shards felt strangely cold to the touch, colder than the morning air should permit. She looked up at the spot where the chime had hung, noting that the nylon line holding it was cleanly severed, not frayed or broken by age. The chime hadn't fallen, it had been violently disrupted. She cleaned up the mess, sweeping the shards into a dustpan, her mind racing for a logical explanation. A passing bird, a stray cat. But the damage was too complete, too localized, too silent to fit the chaotic logic of nature. She felt a profound, chilling sense of wrongness about the spot, a lingering coldness that seemed to emanate not from the air, but from the very wood of the porch. Later that day, she moved into the backyard to gather the laundry, and her intuition was assaulted by another, more profound disruption, the state of the massive oak tree. She looked up at the towering, leafless branches that had cast their immense shadow over the roof. Her breath hitched. The branch that Elias had focused on, the thickest, highest limb perfectly situated to overlook the house, was conspicuously bare. Not bare of leaves, as all the oaks were in late autumn, but strangely bare of its usual complement of epiphytes, the mosses, small parasitic vines, and winter fungi that clung tenaciously to the rough bark. These small, organic elements were gone. The bark itself was untouched, but the surface of that massive branch had been wiped clean, scrubbed of all life, leaving the wood strangely pale and stark. It was as if something of enormous mass and scale had rested there for a long time, radiating a silent energy that had killed and subsequently brushed away all the clinging life forms, leaving a wide, unnatural swath of sterility. This was the terrifying, objective proof for Sarah. The destruction of the glass chime and the physical sterilization of the oak branch were disruptions that transcended her husband's anxious gaze and his vague talk of silo stress. These were undeniable physical signatures, proof that something immense and silent had recently rested directly over their home, leaving a profound, inexplicable mark on the physical world. When Elias came home, looking pale and exhausted from his own internal fight against the subterranean hum, Sarah did not confront him with accusations. Instead, she presented the evidence, quietly, firmly, with the cold clarity of a woman demanding an end to a terrifying lie. "The wind chimed," she said, holding up the dustpan containing the meticulous pile of shattered glass. "It didn't fall, Elias. It was here on the porch, and look at the oak tree." She led him outside, pointing up at the strangely stark, clean limb that loomed over their bedroom. The branch stood as a silent, terrifying witness to the creature's presence. Elias stared up at the impossible, sterile branch, and then back at the shattered glass. His decision to protect her through silence instantly crumbled, replaced by the immediate, desperate realization that his silence was now placing her in objective, physical danger. The creature was no longer haunting him. It was marking them. The profound relief he felt at the shattering of his isolation, that she finally knew and believed, was instantly replaced by a wave of cold terror regarding their joint vulnerability. He knew, looking at the unnatural, clean sweep of the oak branch, that the creature had rested there for hours, its immense, dark mass absorbing the light and emitting the silent, powerful vibration that had shattered the glass with pure kinetic force. In that terrible, cold moment, standing on the porch next to the evidence of the glass shards, Elias was finally forced to speak the truth. He looked at his wife, saw the cold, dawning terror in her eyes, and began to recount slowly, agonizingly, every detail of the roadside sighting, the silent ascension, the massive wings, and the unblinking, burning crimson eyes. Sarah listened, her fear now anchored in the terrible, colossal reality that the evidence demanded. She no longer worried about his sanity. She worried about their survival. They were now two terrified witnesses, bound together by the terrifying physical proximity of the monumental, silent entity that was now observing their quiet, unsuspecting home in Crosse, Indiana. Chapter 14. The Shared Resonance and the Cold Vigil. The confession that followed the discovery of the shattered glass and the sterile oak branch was agonizing, but ultimately liberating for Elias Thorne. The profound emotional distance between him and Sarah collapsed, replaced by a raw, immediate bond of shared terror. Sarah's initial fear of her husband's sanity was superseded by the cold, objective certainty of the physical evidence, forcing her to accept the reality of the silent, monumental presence that was now watching their home. Their lives immediately shifted from anxious routine to a tense, necessary vigilance. They were no longer simply living in Crosse, Indiana. They were guarding a terrifying secret within its quiet walls. The first act of this new, shared reality was a silent, desperate preparation. Elias went to the garage and returned with the powerful, battery-operated lantern he had previously used only for navigation on his lonely bicycle trips. He placed it centrally in the hallway, aimed not at the darkness outside, but at the dark ceiling, a small, defiant beacon against the impending night. They did not go to bed. Sleep was now an impossible luxury, a surrender to a darkness they knew contained a silent, colossal watcher. They gathered in the living room, the space that offered the best, if most vulnerable, view of the massive oak tree and the surrounding yard. They sat on the heavy, upholstered sofa, huddled together, their contact a constant, vital reassurance against the immense, cold void of the unknown. Elias had prepared Sarah for the sensory onslaught. He had explained the absolute silence, the frightening damping of all ambient noise, and the relentless, localized subterranean hum that he felt in his bones. Imagine the atmosphere as the clock in the hallway slowly ticked toward midnight. The house grew intensely quiet, every creak and settling sound magnified tenfold. Sarah, initially, only heard the normal silence of the deep night, amplified by her own profound anxiety. She listened intently, searching for a sound that was, by definition, absent. Then, as the hours pressed on and the town outside sank into its deepest slumber, the air changed. The gentle, natural sounds of the night, the rustle of distant dry leaves, the occasional far-off siren, began to be systematically filtered out. The silence became heavy, unnatural, and suffocating. And then she felt it. It was not a sound in her ears, but a pressure in her chest, a profound low vibration that seemed to rise up from the floorboards and resonate deep within her own sternum. The subterranean hum. It started subtly, a low, barely perceptible drone, and then steadily intensified, pressing against her eardrums and vibrating the very tension in her teeth. Sarah gasped, gripping Elia's arm with painful force. Her eyes, wide with sudden, terrifying comprehension, confirmed the experience. She was no longer relying on her husband's subjective report. She was experiencing the frequency of dread firsthand. The creature's energetic signature was undeniable, cold, and immensely powerful. Elias, she whispered, her voice barely audible over the internal thrumming that filled the room. I feel it, the pressure. It's everywhere. Elias held her close, his heart heavy, yet strangely calmed by the shared reality. I know, Sarah. It means it's close. We just listen. We watch. The hum continued its slow, agonizing ascent in intensity. It was no longer a distant sound. It was a physical surrounding presence, a wall of pure, vibrating energy that seemed to enclose their small home in a bubble of silent, terrifying power. They sat there, two small figures in the vast, cold dark, staring fixedly at the black, skeletal silhouette of the oak tree just beyond the window. They waited for the impossible. They waited for the moment when the 2 points of crimson light would silently ignite high in the massive branches. The waiting was the true terror, a relentless, slow-burn psychological siege. Every shadow became suspect. Every minute felt like an hour. The hum became so intense that Sarah closed her eyes, trying to block out the internal vibration, only to find the sound seeming to resonate more deeply within the core of her skull. They sat for 2 hours in this state of profound, shared tension. The subterranean hum peaked, filling the house with its deafening, silent roar. They felt the absolute, immense weight of the unseen entity resting silently somewhere nearby, absorbing the light and emanating its pure, terrifying power. The branch of the oak remained empty, but the energy of the space around it felt dense, cold, and utterly saturated with the creature's presence. And then, with the same smooth, inexplicable lack of transition that had heralded its approach, the hum began to recede. The physical pressure eased, the internal drone subsided, and slowly, gently, the natural ambient noise of the sleeping town began to filter back in. A low, distant dog bark, the faint hiss of a heater turning on. The relief was physical, almost dizzying. The immense, invisible weight lifted from the roof of their house. The siege was temporarily over. They remained huddled together until the first, pale streaks of morning light began to appear, turning the terrifying blackness of the oak tree back into a normal, sturdy piece of wood. Their first joint vigil had been successful, not in deterring the creature, but in validating the truth. Sarah now fully shared the terrible, absolute certainty that had isolated Elias. She had experienced the shared resonance, the undeniable proof that their lives were being silently, constantly observed by something massive and profoundly inexplicable from the dark, cold heart of the Kankakee Marsh. Their fear had doubled, but their isolation was finally terribly over. Chapter 15. The Silent Farewell and the Lifelong Whisper. The intense, shared vigil of Elias Thorne and Sarah Thorne, continued for a full week after the initial breach of their home. Every night they sat together on the sofa, a small, defiant pocket of light and warmth against the vast, cold darkness of La Crosse, Indiana. They endured the agonizing peak of the subterranean hum, the deafening roar of the low frequency that signaled the presence of the silent, winged monolith, and the constant, chilling anticipation of the two burning crimson eyes appearing in the black canopy of the old oak tree. But the creature, in its terrifying intelligence, never perched again. It had made its point. It had shown them that the boundary of the marsh was meaningless, that their home was vulnerable, and that their fear was justified. It had moved on from active surveillance to silent, distant observation, or perhaps, simply, it had fulfilled its purpose in that specific location. On the seventh night of their shared vigil, a profound, chilling absence settled over the house. As the clock ticked past midnight, the usual low-grade tension failed to materialize. Elias and Sarah sat rigid, waiting for the familiar, rising pressure behind their ears. They waited for the floorboards to begin their faint, internal tremor. But the sound environment remained stubbornly, completely normal. The deep, resonant subterranean hum was gone. The silence of the night was not the profound, unnatural muffling that had defined the creature's presence. It was the simple, ordinary quiet of the rural world. The rhythmic sigh of the wind in the distant pines, the faint, familiar clatter of the nightly freight train passing miles away. The silence felt thin, empty, and almost overwhelmingly peaceful. They sat, listening intently for another 2 hours, straining their senses, testing the quiet. They checked the windows, their gazes sweeping the dark yard and the neutral, high branches of the oak. There was no intense cold, no subtle flicker of red, and no agonizing pressure. The energetic residue was gone. The immense, silent weight had been lifted. The creature had departed. It was not a dramatic, fiery exit or a loud, powerful flight. It was a silent farewell, an inexplicable vanishing that mirrored the soundless grace of its first ascension. The monumental shadow had simply ceased to be present in the energetic landscape of La Crosse. A powerful wave of emotional exhaustion washed over Elias and Sarah. It was not relief in the joyous sense, but a deep, profound release, the end of a terrifying, unrelenting siege. They stood up from the sofa, their bodies stiff and aching, looking at each other across the quiet room with the weary, profound understanding of two people who had survived an impossible event together. The immediate aftermath was defined by the decision they had instinctively made from the moment Sarah saw the shattered glass. They would never, under any circumstances, speak of this to anyone. They realized that the creature, whatever its purpose, whether a harbinger, a surveyor, or a simple transient, had left behind a trail of unverifiable evidence. Deep-set footprints swallowed by the mud, a temporary auditory anomaly only half heard by others, and the quiet, nervous energy of two witnesses. To speak now would only bring them ridicule and suspicion, without the constant, terrifying presence of the creature to validate their fear. They chose the path of unspoken truth and protective silence. They packed away the lantern, repaired the wind chime with a new, stronger thread, and erased all physical signs of their vigil. They returned to the slow, predictable rhythm of their lives, but they were not the same people. Their relationship was now anchored in a shared, terrifying certainty. Their bond was deeper, more profound, rooted in the knowledge that they had both faced the absolute edge of the unknown and survived its silent, colossal gaze. They understood each other's silences, their sudden shared glances toward the window, and the low, unconscious tension they both felt whenever they drove past that specific, haunted stretch of road bordering the Kankakee Marsh. Elias Thorne went back to the grain silo, finishing his years of service with the steady, quiet dignity of the ordinary man. He lived out his life in Crosse, raising his family, aging alongside Sarah. But he carried the lifelong whisper of the memory, the profound silence, the sheer, crushing scale, and the cold, unblinking fire of the crimson eyes. He became the keeper of the secret, a quiet sentinel who knew the fragile nature of reality. He never sought out the woods again, but every time the deep autumn cold settled over the town, he would pause in his routine, closing his eyes, listening intently to the absence of the subterranean hum. He knew the creature was gone, but he also knew that the land, the dark, wild, ancient heart of the Kankakee Marsh, was merely resting, and that the line between the natural world and the immense, silent unknown was terrifyingly thin. The story of the harbinger of Crosse ends not with a solution or a scientific explanation, but with a quiet, contemplative fade into the ordinary peace of the Indiana countryside. The strange event of 1963 was buried, 3 years too early for the world to connect it to the chaos that would erupt later in Point Pleasant. It remained a local legend, a deep, silent wound in the heart of one good man and his wife, a powerful whisper of the inexplicable that lingered forever in the cold, deep silence of the American heartland. The silence settles over their home. They are safe, they are together, and they know the full, quiet cost of the truth. The Grave Watchers of Oakhill, Chapter 1. The quiet dust and the scent of finality. Imagine yourself sinking back into the profound, earthy stillness of late summer in West Virginia. The year is 1966, a time that felt suspended, heavy with the quiet anticipation of the coming autumn, yet still lingering in the warm, humid breath of the Appalachian Mountains. The world was vast, green, and deeply shadowed. Our setting is the old, rambling Oakhill Cemetery, a place that rests on a sloping hill just outside the modest limits of Oakhill itself. It's a peaceful, melancholic landscape, defined by long rows of gray, uneven headstones, ancient moss-covered marble, and the deep, silent roots of towering oak and cedar trees. The air here always holds a distinct, heavy scent, a blend of damp earth, newly cut grass, and the faint, coppery tang of finality. It is now the closing hours of a long, late September day. The sun has begun its slow, deliberate slide toward the western ridge, casting long, distorted shadows that stretch and dance across the stone markers. The light itself is thick and golden, bathing the hillside in a fragile, temporary warmth that makes the shadows feel deeper and more encompassing. Our two central figures in this opening chapter are men whose lives are defined by the quiet labor of the earth. Meet Silas Rudd, and his younger counterpart, Jesse Holt. They are the cemetery caretakers and, more specifically, the grave diggers. Their work is a quiet, rhythmic acknowledgement of life's end, a heavy, patient profession that makes them intimately acquainted with the silence of the earth. Silas, perhaps in his late 50s, is a man carved from the same durable, patient stuff as the mountain stone. He moves slowly, deliberately, his hands perpetually stained with the fine dust and damp earth of his occupation. Jesse, in his early 20s, is still learning the profound patience required for the work, moving with the restless, contained energy of youth that the grave itself seems to temper. They are currently finishing a new plot, the final, meticulous work of preparing the earth for a service scheduled for the following afternoon. They stand at the edge of the freshly dug earth, their shovels resting against the heap of dark, rich soil. The air is entirely still. The only sounds are the gentle shush of their thick boots against the grass, and the distant, muffled caw of a lone crow retreating into the darkening woods. The sheer, physical effort of the digging is done, but the quiet, reflective work of the late hour remains. They are waiting for the earth to settle, for the last tremors of the disturbance to subside into the surrounding quiet. They speak little. There is an unspoken understanding that words disrupt the profound stillness of the place and the solemnity of their task. Silas wipes the sweat from his brow with the back of a thick, calloused hand, observing the way the golden light catches the fine dust still hanging in the air above the excavation. He is reflecting, as he often does at this hour, on the cycle of life, the inevitable return to the soil, and the comforting, predictable weight of the earth. His life is anchored by these certainties. Jesse, however, is more restless. He stands with his shoulders hunched, his gaze less on the earth and more on the dense, encroaching line of the woods that borders the far eastern edge of the cemetery. These woods are thick, dark, and wild, the true, untamed Appalachian wilderness that presses up against the manicured peace of the cemetery grounds. As the sun sinks lower, the shadows here become profound, merging the trees into an impenetrable wall of blackness. Jesse shifts his weight, the sound of his movement seeming loud in the heavy silence. He feels a subtle, unprompted prickle of unease, a cold sensation that has nothing to do with the temperature. It is a feeling that the silence is not just empty, it is occupied. He turns to Silas, speaking in a low, respectful murmur, careful not to disturb the serenity of the space. It gets deep quick over there, doesn't it, Silas? The sun's gone off that part of the hill already. Silas follows Jesse's gaze, nodding slowly, his expression unchanging. It's the mountain sun, always draws the shadows quick. That's why we try to finish up before the last light leaves the stones. He offers a simple, rational explanation, rooted in the familiar geography and the routine of their lives. But the feeling that holds Jesse's attention is not simple geography. He feels a subtle heaviness in the air, a quality that seems to dampen the usual low thrum of the late summer insect chorus. The usual, persistent drone of crickets and cicadas seems to have been inexplicably muffled, turned down to an unsettling whisper. Silas, with his decades of intimate familiarity with the cemetery, senses the subtle shift in Jesse's demeanor, the slight tension in his posture. He knows the difference between a tired man and a man who is being quietly observed. Silas then turns his own attention, slowly, deliberately, toward the deep shadows of the woodland edge. He spends a long moment simply looking, absorbing the quiet, attempting to filter the ordinary shadows from any anomaly. He is waiting for his seasoned intuition, his deep knowledge of the place, to signal danger. At first, there is nothing. Only the immense, chaotic order of the wild trees, the dense undergrowth, and the profound, gathering darkness. But as the final sliver of the sun disappears behind the ridge, plunging the eastern side of the cemetery into near-total darkness, Silas notices a subtle visual distortion. It is positioned high, near the crown of an ancient, sprawling cedar tree that stands on a small rise deep within the woods, far beyond the reach of the cemetery fence. The distortion is an anomaly of color against the overwhelming blackness, a flash of something that is not light, but rather a profoundly intense red. The color is deep, vivid, and appears to be self-contained, radiating a low internal glow. It is not the reflection of a distant taillight or the orange-yellow flicker of a campfire. It is a crimson that burns with a cold, unsettling intensity, positioned perhaps 15 or 20 feet above the forest floor. Silas does not speak. He simply raises a thick, gloved hand, slowly, deliberately, pointing toward the deep, darkening edge of the woods. His action, his unwavering focus, speaks volumes to Jesse, who immediately follows the direction of the gaze. Jesse's breathing hitches. The sense of being watched, which had been a vague, internal feeling, is now terrifyingly visual. He sees the 2 points of vivid, burning red, separated by a distinct, unnerving distance, positioned high up in the dense, dark geometry of the cedar tree. The sight defies the simple, comforting logic of the natural world. It is too high for any mammal, too stationary for any insect, and too vivid, too intense for any natural refraction of light. It is an impossible, unblinking sentinel, silently watching the 2 men and the newly dug earth in the fading light of the Oakhill cemetery. The profound, heavy silence of the evening is now filled with a desperate, unspoken tension. They stand frozen, the smell of damp earth heavy in the air, their hands resting on the cold, solid steel of their shovels, their only anchors to the familiar, predictable world that has just been shattered by the advent of 2 silent, burning, crimson eyes in the deep shadows of the West Virginia woods. Chapter 2. The unblinking gaze and the colossal silence. The initial shock of witnessing the 2 vivid, burning red eyes in the profound darkness of the woodland edge held Silas Rudd, and Jesse Holt, in a silent, rigid tableau. They stood at the edge of the freshly dug earth, their shovels still in their hands, their bodies utterly frozen against the sudden, monstrous intrusion of the unknown. The air, which had moments ago smelled purely of damp soil and fading summer, now carried a faint, unidentifiable metallic tang, like ozone or an approaching storm, though the sky above remained clear and indifferent. Imagine the agonizing slowness of those first few minutes. Their gaze, once directed toward the familiar, comforting earth, was now irrevocably drawn to that single, impossible point in the tree line. The 2 points of crimson light were positioned perfectly horizontally, separated by a distance that seemed too wide for any known animal eye. They radiated an internal, steady glow, utterly devoid of any flicker or blink. They were fixed, unmoving, and terribly, terribly impersonal. Silas, the older man with decades of quiet wisdom in his bones, was the first to regain a semblance of control, not by fleeing, but by a slow, internal shift toward an analytical dread. His mind, accustomed to the methodical process of earth moving, began to assess the impossible. He realized, with a chilling clarity, that the eyes were not simply reflecting light. They were generating it. They burned with a steady, self-contained energy, casting a faint, almost imperceptible reddish hue onto the surrounding, profound blackness of the dense cedar tree. This was not a forest creature with mere bioluminescence. This was something entirely outside the natural order of the West Virginia woods. Jesse, younger and more prone to the visceral surge of primal fear, felt his heart hammering against his ribs with a desperate, frantic rhythm. He wanted to shout, to run, to bury himself in the earth they had just disturbed. But the profound, absolute silence emanating from the woods held him captive. The silence was not just the absence of noise. It was an active, oppressive force, seeming to absorb every ambient sound, every distant cricket chirp, until the only sound he could perceive was the frantic thrumming of his own blood in his ears. As the last vestiges of twilight faded completely, plunging the entire cemetery and the woods into a deep, velvety black, the form that held the two burning eyes began to subtly, chillingly, manifest itself. It was not a tree stump, nor a trick of the deepening shadows. It was a colossal silhouette, a monumental, black, featureless shape that seemed to be an extension of the darkness itself. It was immense, far taller than any man, seeming to merge seamlessly with the heavy, vertical lines of the cedar tree's trunk. Its bulk was prodigious, solid, and utterly still. Silas, with his practiced eye for scale, estimated the height to be at least 7 feet, perhaps even closer to 8 feet from the branch it perched upon. But the most unsettling aspect was the subtle yet distinct perception of massive, folded appendages, wings. He realized with a cold shudder, draped around the body like heavy black velvet cloaks. They seemed impossibly vast, even in their folded state, promising an unthinkable span if unfurled. The creature was utterly motionless. It did not sway in the imperceptible breeze that occasionally stirred the top branches of the other trees. It did not shift its weight. It was a statue of pure, concentrated blackness, with the two burning crimson eyes as its only terrifying punctuation. The profound, unsettling stillness was perhaps the most frightening attribute. A thing of that immense size, with such visible potential for movement, should generate sound. It should rustle, should breathe, should cause a subtle disturbance in the air. It did none of these things. It was a perfect, silent vacuum of action, fixed in its position high in the tree, eternally watching. Silas and Jesse remained rooted to the spot, their muscles aching with the effort of holding still. They were locked in a silent, terrifying duel with the creature's unblinking gaze, a duel that had no apparent aggression, only a shared, bewildering existence in the deep West Virginia night. Their shovels, once comforting tools of their trade, now felt heavy and useless against the scale of the impossible. The minutes stretched into an eternity. Jesse felt a cold sweat prickling at his scalp, despite the cooling night air. He wanted to scream, but no sound would emerge from his constricted throat. He wanted to look away, but the burning eyes held him captive, fascinating him with their alien, unblinking intensity. Silas, the more experienced man, began to feel a deeper, colder dread. This was not a bear, not a mountain lion. This was something that defied category, defied the very notion of what could exist in the wild, familiar woods. It was an entity that seemed to exist on a different frequency, operating with its own silent, colossal laws. The cold, still air seemed to throb with an unspoken question, a silent communication between the watchers and the watched. What was its purpose? Why was it here now, silently presiding over the field of the dead and the two living men who worked among them? The answer, if there was one, was locked behind those burning, impersonal crimson eyes. The silence grew heavier, more profound. It was a silence that seemed to press in from all sides, vibrating with an unseen, unheard energy. It was the creature's signature, a silent, powerful resonance that made the familiar world feel fragile and temporary. They stood there, two small figures against the monumental, unblinking gaze, until the light of the moon, now slowly rising above the distant hills, began to cast its pale, ethereal glow over the cemetery grounds, giving a faint, silvered outline to the trees and the headstones. But even the moonlight could not penetrate the profound, active blackness of the creature's form, or diminish the terrifying, internal fire of its eyes. The thing remained a monument to silent, unwavering observation in the heart of the Appalachian night. Chapter 3. The Silent Descent and the Grounded Shadow. The intense, paralyzed vigilance of Silas Rudd, and Jesse Holt, at the edge of the newly dug grave had reached a point of excruciating stasis. The moonlight was now pale and cold, outlining the tombstones and the black mass of the woodland, but failing entirely to penetrate the profound, active blackness of the creature perched high in the cedar tree. Only the two vivid, terrifying points of crimson light gave away its monumental presence. The silence was the most immediate, terrifying threat, a total, systematic filtering out of all natural sound that made the very atmosphere feel thin and pressurized. Then, after what felt like an eternity of absolute stillness, the creature moved. It was not a sudden lurch or a violent snap. It was a fluid, utterly soundless unfolding, a movement that defied the known limits of organic mass and gravitational pull. The colossal, folded wings, which had been draped around the body like heavy, inert cloaks, began to stretch, extending outward and upward to an impossible span. Imagine the sheer, silent scale of that articulation. The wings unfurled without a swoosh of displaced air, without a rustly-off feather or skin, moving with the terrifying, frictionless grace of something built not of flesh and bone, but of pure, concentrated shadow. The movement was slow, deliberate, and entirely unheard, a colossal pantomime against the cold, indifferent stars. The creature's descent from the high branch of the cedar was equally impossible. It did not jump, did not glide, and did not flap. It simply detached itself from the branch and drifted downward, vertically, with a slow, feather-light precision that utterly contradicted its immense bulk. It was gravity negated, a silent, monumental defiance of the laws of physics occurring just a few hundred feet from the two paralyzed gravediggers. As it descended, the body became more fully visible, a vast, dark humanoid silhouette, its legs long and thin, its neck seemingly non-existent, merging directly into the immense torso and the sweeping black wings. The two crimson eyes remained fixed ahead, the only constant, burning elements in the colossal, shape-shifting darkness. The landing was the most profound shock. The creature settled silently onto the frozen ground at the edge of the woods, perhaps 50 yards from the freshly turned earth of the grave. There was no thud, no crunch of leaves or twigs, and no visible tremor in the earth. It was a perfect, soundless arrival, as if a volume of heavy shadow had simply settled onto the spot. Now grounded, the creature stood motionless again, a towering, silent sentinel. The immense wings remained slightly flared, casting vast, chaotic shadows across the cemetery's periphery. Its height, now judged against the familiar scale of the surrounding gravestones, was truly overwhelming, easily 8 feet tall, maybe more, a monument of featureless blackness rooted to the earth. Silas and Jesse remained paralyzed, their initial terror now compounded by an unnerving, hyper-localized dread. The creature was no longer a distant curiosity. It was a profound, immediate presence on their ground, silently presiding over their workplace. The confrontation shifted from mere observation to an active, silent approach. The creature began to move, not by running or bounding, but by taking slow, deliberate, unnaturally quiet strides across the short, dry grass toward the center of the cemetery. Its movement was not the fluid, graceful glide of its descent, but a slow, rhythmic lurch, a heavy, stalking pace that felt terrifyingly purposeful. With every step, the sound of the world remained dead. The feet of the creature, large and indistinct in the gloom, made no impression on the grass, no sound against the few dry twigs. It moved with the devastating stealth of a ghost, yet with the immense physical presence of a behemoth. It approached the oldest section of the cemetery, the area dense with weathered, uneven headstones, and then it began a slow, deliberate circuit. It walked silently between the rows of stones, its colossal silhouette briefly eclipsed by the taller monuments, only to reappear moments later, framed by the pale moonlight and the silent, burning red eyes. It was not heading directly for the men. Instead, it was conducting a silent, methodical survey of the field of the dead. It seemed to be inspecting the ground, moving with a terrifying focus that ignored the two frightened living beings watching it. Jesse finally found his voice, a faint, desperate squeak in the profound silence. He leaned close to Sila's, his breath hot and ragged. "Sila's, it's looking at the stones." "What is it doing?" Sila's, his own voice a low, gravelly whisper, offered the only truth he possessed. "It's paying attention, son. Paying attention to the ground." The creature eventually completed its slow, terrifying circuit, moving past the silent tombstones. It turned its massive body slowly, deliberately, until it was facing the newly dug grave, the final, fresh disturbance in the cold, ordered earth. It stopped at the very edge of the deep hole they had dug, its towering shadow falling across the pile of dark, damp soil. The two crimson eyes, intense and unblinking, were focused entirely on the empty, waiting cavity. In that moment of perfect stillness, with the colossal shadow presiding silently over the open grave, Silas and Jesse understood with a deep, primal certainty that this entity was fundamentally connected to the profound business of the cemetery. It had not come to hunt them or to destroy the stones. It had come to witness the opening of the earth, to observe the entry of the dead. They stood, transfixed and terrified, watching the massive, silent shadow hold its vigil over the freshly turned soil, a creature of impossibility, a silent, winged sentinel guarding the frontier between the living and the endless, cold silence of the earth. Chapter 4. The Silent Offering and the Vanishing Threshold. The confrontation between the two terrified gravediggers, Silas Rudd, and Jesse Holt, and the towering, silent entity had reached its profound, terrifying peak. The creature stood rooted to the spot, its immense, dark shadow falling across the fresh pile of excavated soil and the open, empty rectangle of the grave. The absolute, heavy silence that defined its presence was a physical pressure, seeming to stifle the very breath in the men's lungs. The creature's two burning crimson eyes remained fixed not on the men, but on the exposed earth, the raw, cold interface between the living world and the waiting void beneath. This focus confirmed the gravedigger's terrifying intuition. The creature was fundamentally linked to the solemn, quiet business of the cemetery. It was a witness to the disturbance of the earth. After what felt like an eternity of motionless observation, the creature performed its final, most subtle, and perhaps most disturbing action. It moved one of its immense black appendages, the massive wing, still slightly flared and draped around its body, not in flight, but in a slow, almost gentle gesture. The movement was agonizingly slow, deliberate, and entirely unheard, a colossal arm of shadow moving through the dense, pressurized silence. The wing tip, or perhaps a long, dark claw at its edge, descended toward the mound of fresh earth adjacent to the open grave. It touched the dark, rich soil with an unsettling, feather-light precision, applying no discernible pressure. Then the creature used the appendage to perform a minute, almost imperceptible drawing motion. It didn't dig or scoop. It simply dragged the very tip of its colossal form through the loose soil, disturbing the top layer in a small, deliberate arc, creating a subtle, clean crescent shape right at the apex of the grave mound. It was an action utterly devoid of aggression, yet saturated with a chilling purpose. It was a signature, a ritual, or perhaps a silent, symbolic offering placed upon the mound of the earth. Once the minute arc was drawn, the creature became perfectly, instantly still again. It held the pose for another agonizing moment, the crimson eyes fixed on its own deliberate mark in the soil. The action lasted perhaps 30 seconds, but in the hyper-aware state of the two witnesses, it felt like a detailed, deliberate carving witnessed in slow motion. It was the creature's final, quiet acknowledgement of the grave and the earth that contained it. Then, the profound stillness broke. The colossal body, without any signal, without any preparatory shift of weight, began its terrifying, soundless ascent. The immense, dark wings, which had been resting and observing, suddenly flexed, not with a sound of rushing air or powerful muscle, but with the terrifying, instantaneous grace of something made of pure antimatter. The movement was too fluid, too fast, and utterly silent. The creature did not run, did not leap, and did not flap its wings in the conventional sense. It simply lifted straight up, vertically, with a shocking, effortless velocity that once again utterly negated the massive weight they had observed. The liftoff was an absolute, silent vanishing act, leaving behind no disturbed air, no rustle of leaves, and no tremor in the cold, hard-packed earth. In the span of perhaps 5 seconds, the colossal silhouette soared upward, leaving the immediate proximity of the grave. The 2 points of burning crimson light rose with it, climbing rapidly toward the vast, indifferent darkness of the upper sky. Silas and Jesse watched, paralyzed, their heads tilted back, tracking the terrifying light as it ascended. The light moved not with the erratic course of a bird, but with the focused, powerful trajectory of a machine, diminishing rapidly as it climbed above the surrounding hills and the thick, tree-lined ridges. Within less than a minute, the 2 vivid red eyes were just pinpricks of light, remote, high, and finally, vanished entirely into the profound, star-pricked darkness of the West Virginia night. The creature was gone. The immediate aftermath was defined by a massive, chaotic rush of sound. The absolute, oppressive silence that had surrounded the creature instantly dissipated, replaced by the sudden, overwhelming return of the natural environment. The distant, muffled hum of the town, the soft, ceaseless drone of the crickets and late summer cicadas, the gentle sigh of the wind through the nearby oak branches, all rushed back into the void, a deafening cacophony of normal life that felt jarring and unreal after the profound quiet. Silas and Jesse dropped their shovels. The metal clanged loudly against the frozen earth, the noise echoing sharply in the newly restored acoustic environment. The sound was comforting, a solid anchor to reality, yet it was also a terrifying confirmation of the abnormal silence that had preceded it. They stumbled backward, moving away from the empty grave, away from the spot where the monumental shadow had stood. They looked at each other, their faces pale and drawn in the faint moonlight, the shock too immense for immediate words. The physical fear had peaked and was now receding, replaced by a cold, devastating certainty. They had witnessed the impossible, a massive, winged creature that moved with silent, utter defiance of natural law, presiding over the space of the dead. They had to return to the spot one last time. With trembling, deliberate steps, they walked to the grave mound. In the pale moonlight, they could clearly see the final, subtle arc drawn by the creature's colossal appendage, a precise, shallow crescent shape etched into the cold, damp soil. It was the only physical signature, the only proof left by the terrifying encounter, a silent, symbolic farewell etched into the earth they understood so intimately. They stood there for a long time, the familiar scent of damp earth now mixed with the faint, lingering, metallic tang of the creature's passing. They knew, with a certainty that would define the rest of their lives, that they had witnessed something fundamental, terrifying, and profoundly secret in the Oakhill cemetery, weeks before the world would ever hear the whispered name of Mothman. Chapter 5. The Return of Sound and the Burden of Proof. The immense, sudden return of sound following the creature's silent, impossible ascent was the first, profound signal that Silas Rudd, and Jesse Holt, were no longer standing at the terrifying edge of the unknown, but were slowly, painfully being drawn back into the messy, predictable reality of the West Virginia night. The constant, low drone of the crickets, the rustle of the dry leaves in the now-restored breeze, and the distant, familiar sounds of the world felt overwhelming, almost violent after the oppressive vacuum of silence. They stood by the newly disturbed earth, staring down at the subtle, silent arc etched into the soil, the only remaining physical proof of the terrifying encounter. The gesture was so minimal, so quiet, yet its implication was monumental. The entity was real. It had touched their world. The first imperative was a nervous, desperate return to routine. They had to close up the cemetery. They had to leave the field of the dead before the cold, indifferent light of dawn exposed them, not just to the ordinary world, but potentially to the lingering influence of the thing that had just vanished. Silas, the older man, forced himself into motion, his movements stiff and deliberate, as if fighting against an immense inertia. He retrieved his lantern, its yellow beam suddenly feeling weak and fragile against the vast darkness that the crimson eyes had dominated only moments before. "We cover the whole, son," Silas said, his voice low and gravelly, sounding strained from the long silence. "We make the world look exactly like it was before. No sign of anything." Jesse, still trembling, nodded silently. The idea of returning to the mechanical, rhythmic labor of their profession was an unexpected anchor. They worked in a panicked, wordless rhythm, using their shovels to carefully place the protective wooden slats and the heavy tarpaulin over the open grave. They smoothed the pile of dark earth, erasing any sign of their long, terrified vigil. Every movement was frantic, yet meticulously precise, driven by a deep, shared need to restore the illusion of normalcy. The smell of the freshly turned earth, once a comforting scent of honest labor, now felt tainted, carrying the subtle, lingering trace of that metallic, ozone-like odor they had sensed during the creature's presence. When the work was done, the cemetery looked exactly as it should, dark, quiet, and peacefully awaiting the morning service. They gathered their tools, loading them onto the back of their old, dust-covered pickup truck parked by the front gates. They performed every step of their closing routine, locking the gates, turning off the single, weak floodlight, with an intense, almost maniacal focus, using the routine as a mental barrier against the impossible truth they carried. The longest, most challenging phase of the aftermath was the walk home. Their homes were only a few miles from the cemetery, accessed by a series of quiet, tree-lined county roads that wound through the darkest parts of the Oakhill countryside. They decided, instinctively, not to drive together. The silence of the truck cabin would have been too unbearable, too charged with the unspoken truth. They needed the solitude to begin the terrifying process of internalizing the experience. Silas began his slow walk, his heavy boots crunching rhythmically on the gravel shoulder of the road. He gripped the heavy, familiar handle of his old lantern, letting its beam cut a small, safe circle of yellow light in the profound, cold blackness. Every shadow now felt suspicious, Every rustle of the leaves felt like a colossal wing-tip brushing the high branches. He repeatedly looked up, scanning the immense, empty vault of the sky. The memory of the creature's sheer scale, the massive, silent shadow framed by the crimson eyes, was permanently burned into his consciousness. He realized that the creature's defining characteristic was not aggression, but impossibility. It was a fundamental contradiction to the world he knew, and now he was the sole, burdened witness to that contradiction. Jesse, walking a few hundred yards behind, felt the psychological shock even more acutely. His youthful energy was completely drained, replaced by a deep, bone-aching exhaustion. He kept his gaze fixed firmly on the ground, terrified of looking up, terrified of seeing a repetition of the two burning lights in the dark crowns of the roadside trees. His mind was grappling with the immediate, overwhelming question, the secret. He knew with a devastating certainty that no one would ever believe them. To describe a 7 to 8 foot tall, silent, winged entity with glowing red eyes standing over a grave would not result in an investigation. It would result in a conversation about their health, their sobriety, or their sanity. They were two simple gravediggers in a small, quiet town. Their credibility was fragile. When they finally reached the edge of the town, the faint, scattered yellow lights of Oakhill providing a comforting human scale, they paused, standing silently at the juncture of the dark road and the familiar world. Silas turned to Jesse, his face drawn and pale in the pre-dawn gloom. The understanding that passed between them was complete, profound, and utterly nonverbal. "We saw nothing, Jesse," Silas stated, his voice flat, resolute, and final. "We were late leaving the cemetery. We were tired. We saw a large owl, perhaps, or a deer in the cedar branches. Nothing more. This stays with the soil, son." Jesse nodded slowly, the immense weight of the secret settling upon his young shoulders. It was a choice between the chaotic, unbelievable truth and the quiet, protective lie of normalcy. They chose the lie. They parted ways silently, retreating into the separate, fragile safety of their own homes. Both men would enter their houses before the sun rose, maintaining the illusion of a normal late shift. They would face their families, their neighbors, and the coming day, carrying the cold, immense burden of their impossible truth. The Oakhill cemetery was quiet again, the open grave covered, the terrifying creature vanished. But for Silas and Jesse, the world had been irrevocably shattered by the memory of two silent, unblinking crimson eyes, and the unsettling realization that they were now the sole, frightened keepers of the secret in a town that slept in comfortable, profound ignorance. Chapter 6. The erosion of certainty and the watchful eye of Silas. The commitment to silence, forged in the pre-dawn cold by Silas Rudd, and Jesse Holt, was not a source of immediate comfort. It was the foundation of a new, isolating reality. The ordinary world of Oakhill, West Virginia, returned with the rising sun, its comforting, predictable noise a jarring contrast to the immense, profound silence that had defined their confrontation with the winged entity. For Silas, the psychological impact was uniquely devastating because his life was built on certainty. He was a man whose entire existence revolved around the reliable, predictable constants of the earth. Its weight, its cold, its slow, patient acceptance of the dead. The creature had fundamentally challenged those constants, moving without weight and ascending without effort, transforming the ground he trusted into a field of terrifying, silent contradiction. The days following the sighting were marked by a subtle, profound internal shift in Silas. His body went through the motions of his routine, the heavy lifting, the meticulous planning of plots, the precise alignment of stones, but his mind was perpetually elsewhere, trapped in a relentless, silent replay of the event. Imagine the change in his perception, a quiet form of constant, low-grade paranoia. the sense of weight. He could no longer gauge the weight of the earth with the same confident intuition. When he plunged his shovel into the soil, he half expected the ground to feel light, porous, or strangely yielding, remembering the impossible, soundless way the creature had landed and departed, leaving behind only that faint, deliberate arc in the soil. The solid reliability of the earth felt fragile, easily pierced by the weightless, silent unknown. Auditory hypervigilance. His hearing became acutely, almost painfully sensitive. He was listening for the absence of sound. Every time the wind died down, every time the usual low thrum of the insect chorus momentarily faded, Silas would freeze. That sudden, profound, unnatural silence was the creature's signature, and the brief lulls in the environmental noise now felt like the beginning of a terrifying return, a moment when the world was being muted by an external, colossal force. The gaze. He stopped looking up at the sky in the easy, accustomed way of a man who works outdoors. When he did look up, his eyes automatically sought the highest points, the crown of the tallest cedar, the high peaks of the mountain ridge, scanning for the two vivid points of crimson light. He carried the memory of that unblinking, fixed stare everywhere, feeling perpetually observed, even in the bright, blinding light of midday. Silas's routine at the cemetery, once a slow, meditative process, became anxious and hurried. He avoided working near the cedar trees on the eastern edge of the grounds, steering Jesse and their small equipment to the safer, sunnier western slope. He found excuses to leave the cemetery earlier, claiming mechanical trouble or the need to attend to inventory, driven by a deep, visceral need to avoid the inevitable onset of the profound, engulfing darkness. The greatest difficulty was managing the relationship with his wife, a kind, sensible woman named Martha. His secret was a concrete, tangible thing that now stood between them. He became distant, short-tempered with simple questions, and found himself struggling to engage in the comfortable, predictable banalities of their evenings. Martha noticed the change immediately. She knew the rhythms of her husband's soul, and his current pattern was one of immense, contained distress. When she asked him about his lack of sleep, about the sudden, sharp way he looked toward the window whenever a car passed, he offered the only shield he possessed, the cold, deliberate lie. "Tired, Martha. Just the hours," he would say, his voice flat, resolute. "The ground's harder this year, makes the work drag." He knew that this lie, told out of a misplaced sense of protection, was eroding the trust they shared, but he could not bear to shatter her peaceful reality with the monumental, terrifying truth of the silent, winged entity. The cost of knowing, he realized, was not just fear, it was isolation. One afternoon, a few days after the sighting, Silas returned to the eastern edge of the cemetery alone, driven by a morbid, anxious need to re-examine the site of the confrontation. He walked slowly, his heavy boots crushing the brittle, dry grass. He found the place where the creature had settled, the ground beneath the massive cedar tree. There was nothing overtly destroyed, but when he knelt, feeling the cold, damp soil, he noticed a subtle, chilling detail. A profound, localized coldness that seemed to emanate not from the weather, but from the earth itself. The ground where the creature had silently landed felt unnaturally cold and strangely compressed, retaining the subtle, indelible pressure of the colossal, silent weight. And there, right at the apex of the grave mound, still faint but unmistakable, was the shallow, deliberate arc etched into the soil. It was exactly as he remembered, a clean, intentional signature left by a thing that moved and breathed in silence. Silas knelt there for a long time, running a calloused fingertip over the faint groove. The evidence was cold, quiet, and absolutely undeniable. This physical confirmation re-solidified his initial decision. The truth was too heavy, too impossible to share with the ordinary world. He was the keeper of a terrible, quiet wisdom, forever bound to the silent, winged creature that had chosen his cemetery, his world, and his quiet life for its brief, terrifying appearance in the late summer of 1966. The earth still held the creature's secret, and now, so did Sela's. Chapter 7. The Restlessness of Youth and the Scent of the Pine Ridge. While Silas Rudd, retreated into a state of quiet, methodical hypervigilance, focused on erasing any sign of the event and reinforcing the illusion of a reliable world, Jesse Holt, experienced a reaction defined by profound restlessness. He carried the burden of the secret not as a heavy, cold weight, but as a burning, anxious uncertainty that demanded resolution. Jesse was young, his nervous system accustomed to the fast-paced energy of his early 20s. The encounter with the monumental, silent entity had not just scared him, it had fundamentally disrupted his understanding of the world's quiet order. For Silas, the creature was an impossibility to be suppressed. For Jesse, it was a terrifying mystery that might still be solved, or at least witnessed again. Imagine the atmosphere in the small, rented room where Jesse lived, a space usually defined by the simple, contained chaos of a young man's life. Now, it felt too small, too confining, the thin walls offering no protection from the vast, dark wilderness that held the secret. Jesse found that sleep was a relentless, agonizing failure. He would lie awake, staring at the ceiling, not just listening for the natural sounds of the night, but desperately listening for the chilling absence of sound, the signature silence that had preceded the creature's landing. The memory of the two fixed, burning crimson eyes seemed to hover just above his vision, refusing to be banished by the dark. His psychological state began to center on a persistent, gnawing anticipation. The creature had departed silently, but its purpose remained unknown. Was it finished with the Oakhill cemetery? Had it completed its silent survey of the newly opened grave? Or was it merely waiting, silently anchored in the deeper, darker woods, waiting for the next opportunity to observe? Unlike Silas, whose focus was on the ground they had disturbed, Jesse's focus drifted upward, toward the vast, dark expanse of the Pine Ridge, the highest, wildest section of the Appalachian woods that ran behind the cemetery and stretched toward the uninhabited peaks. This area was known for its dense, ancient cedar trees and its deep, impenetrable shadows, the perfect, silent resting place for something that moved with such colossal stealth. Jesse started subtly altering his routine, using the cover of darkness and his youthful flexibility to conduct his own desperate, solitary surveillance. This was not the methodical, investigative search Silas had performed on the cold ground. This was an anxious, almost prayerful watching. He would leave his room late at night, telling his landlady that he was meeting friends or taking a long walk to clear his mind. He never carried a heavy lamp, fearing that any direct light would invite the creature's overwhelming, silent attention. Instead, he carried only a small, weak flashlight, wrapped partially in a thick sock, its beam diffused to a dull, amber glow, just enough to ensure he didn't trip on the uneven, dark roads. He would walk, slowly and silently, back toward the cemetery's edge, approaching the grounds not by the main gate, but by the overgrown, rarely used path that ran adjacent to the Pine Ridge. The scent here was overwhelmingly pine and damp earth, the powerful, wild perfume of the mountain that masked any lingering metallic tang. Jesse would find a secluded spot, often crouching low among a thicket of scrub pine, a good distance from the main cemetery grounds, and simply wait. He was wrapped in a thick, borrowed army surplus jacket, But the cold that penetrated him was not purely meteorological. It was the chilling realization of his own immense vulnerability. During these long, agonizing vigils, he found himself listening not only for the absence of sound, but for the subtle internal vibrations in the air, the ghost of the creature's presence. He knew that if the entity returned, it would likely bring with it that same crushing, profound silence that preceded its action. He was training himself to perceive the change in the atmosphere, to notice the void. One night, the vigil was particularly long and cold. The moon was a faint sliver, and the darkness was thick and oppressive. Jesse had been sitting motionless for over 3 hours, his muscles cramped, his eyes burning with the effort of staring into the chaotic black geometry of the distant Pine Ridge. He had nearly resigned himself to the futility of the watch when he felt a sudden, subtle, and terrifying shift in the acoustics of the night. It wasn't a sudden silencing. It was a gradual, systemic muffling of the distant sounds. The relentless, low hum of the nighttime insect chorus, that steady white noise of the rural summer, seemed to be receding, not naturally, but as if a vast, invisible blanket were being slowly and precisely pulled over the landscape. He felt his heart leap into his throat, recognizing the initial faint signature of the creature's localized influence. He scanned the Pine Ridge, his breath ragged, his focus absolute. He saw nothing. The dense, high canopy remained a solid, unbroken mass of blackness, but the silence continued to deepen, becoming the familiar, active vacuum that had terrified him at the grave. He knew, with a certainty that chilled him to the core, that the massive, silent entity was anchored somewhere on that high ridge, resting, watching, or simply waiting, its colossal presence once again squeezing the sound out of the immediate environment. Jesse stayed rooted to the spot, unable to move, locked in a silent, solitary confrontation with the profound, invisible influence. The silence was overwhelming, a tangible pressure that pushed in on his eardrums. He felt a desperate urge to run, to break the silence with a loud human sound, but the same powerful, paralyzing force that had held him at the cemetery now held him captive in the scrub pines. He watched the black mass of the ridge for what felt like an eternity, but the two crimson eyes never materialized. The creature remained silently, profoundly unseen, only announcing its presence through the terrifying, systematic suppression of the natural world. Finally, just as the first cold, gray hints of pre-dawn light began to tint the eastern sky, the silence began to recede. The pressure lifted, and the sudden, chaotic chatter of the returning insect chorus burst back into the air, feeling almost painfully loud after the long, intense quiet. The creature, having marked its territory or completed its silent rest, was gone. Jesse rose, his body aching, his mind exhausted but strangely validated. He was still terrified, but his fear was now rooted in objective, reproducible phenomena. The sighting was not a fluke. It was a consistent, terrifying event. He was now bound to the creature not just by a shared secret, but by a shared, terrifying rhythm, the deep, silent pulse of its presence and its inexplicable, silent withdrawal. He knew the creature was still nearby, still interested in the strange, dark business of the Oakhill frontier, and his lonely, anxious vigil had only just begun. Chapter 8. The Flickering Pulse and the Quietening Chorus. The terror that had seized Jesse, and Silas at the lip of the newly turned earth was a localized, concentrated fear. It was a secret they had carried, a burden that weighed down only their own consciences, locking them into a silent, solitary pact. Yet, as the next few days drifted slowly by in the quiet town of Oakhill, the creature's immense, silent presence began to ripple outward, touching the edges of the civilized world in ways that were subtle, yet profoundly unsettling. This was not a dramatic, sudden invasion. You must understand. The phenomenon was much more insidious, a gradual systemic decay that felt less like an attack and more like a heavy, unseen weight pressing down on the delicate mechanics of the town. The first symptoms were electrical, a small yet pervasive inconsistency that began to plague the humble, aging power grid that fed Oakhill. Imagine the atmosphere in the homes during the deep, lonely stretch of the evening, after the last of the news had been heard on the radio, and the only light came from a single low-wattage lamp in the living room. In this cozy, contained dark, a new irregularity began to manifest. The light would not immediately fail. Instead, it would seem to breathe. You might be reading a book or simply sitting quietly, reflecting on the day, when you would notice the familiar, steady light bulb above you would suddenly, subtly dim. Not a flicker, which suggests a loose connection or a storm, but a slow, almost stately descent into a deeper yellow followed moments later by a return to its usual stable white glow. This would happen once, perhaps twice, in an evening seemingly at random, without any corresponding change in the weather or the town's overall power usage. The local electric company offered no explanation. The linemen checked the main transformers and the junction boxes, finding nothing amiss. The voltage readings were stable, yet people talked about the strange, momentary darkening of their homes. It was the kind of event that was easily dismissed as old wiring or a brief, phantom load. But the collective experience of these minor failures began to weave a small thread of nervous uncertainty through the town's common consciousness. Jesse, of course, paid acute attention to these phantom dips. Having felt the creature's powerful, localized suppression of sound, he now wondered if this was a new signature, a kind of electrical pressure it exerted simply by being near. He noticed that the dimming seemed most pronounced when the moon was hidden and the pine ridge, high and dark behind the cemetery, was enveloped in the deepest night. He often sat by his window, his small, borrowed radio on the sill. During the electrical sags, the radio's signal would not cut out, but the sound would become strangely muffled, the voice on the other end sounding far away, as if being broadcast through a heavy, damp cloth. The familiar crackle of the static would soften, only to rush back in with painful loudness when the power level stabilized. It was a quiet kind of acoustic violence, the constant, subtle interruption of the known world. This quiet, systemic failure extended beyond the power lines and into the natural world, specifically affecting the animals that populated the deep woods and the farms just outside the town limits. For generations, the people of Oakhill had lived in comfortable equilibrium with the wildlife. The hoot of an owl, the nervous barking of dogs in the distance, the chaotic chirping of the cicadas, these were the dependable, comforting sounds of a rural summer night. But now, these sounds began to display a profound collective distress. It started with the dogs. Any dog owner will tell you that a dog's fear is often a palpable magnetic thing, pulling their attention to some unseen danger. In Oakhill, the town's dogs, usually a rambunctious, vocal bunch, began to exhibit a strange, synchronized quietness, punctuated by fits of uncharacteristic, panic behavior. During the daytime, they seemed normal, but as twilight deepened, they would often refuse to leave the confines of their homes or yards. If they were outside, they would press themselves low to the ground, ears flattened, looking toward the pine ridge with a singular, frozen intensity. They would not bark at passing cars or distant sirens. They would simply stare in profound, silent dread. Then, the silence would break. Sometimes around 3 or 4 in the morning, the time of Jesse's silent vigils, the entire canine population of Oakhill would erupt in a chorus of high-pitched, agonizing whines and barks. This was not the usual territorial ruckus. This was a sound of collective terror, a sound that made the hair stand up on the back of your neck. It was a sound that suggested something vast, something fundamentally wrong, was moving silently through the deep, black wood. These episodes would last for perhaps 5 to 10 minutes, a chaotic, loud spike of fear that unnerved every human who heard it. And then, as quickly as the chorus began, it would cease, replaced by an even more unsettling, absolute silence, as if every animal had simultaneously been commanded to be still. Silas, who had been attempting to bury the trauma under layers of practical work, found his defenses eroding under this new external pressure. He was a man who trusted evidence, who relied on the predictable cycles of nature. The sight of his normally placid farm cat, Mittens, spending the entire night huddled beneath his bed, refusing food and staring wide-eyed at the floorboards, was profoundly disturbing. He tried to rationalize it, a fox, a change in barometric pressure. But the sheer, pervasive nature of the animal fear was impossible to ignore. It stretched across the whole valley, a widespread, unsettling knowledge that something immense was anchored in the high peaks. One evening, Jesse sought out Silas, meeting him by the back of the small, local hardware store, the pretense of the meeting being a need for new shovel handles. "Did you notice the lights last night, Silas?" Jesse asked, his voice low and ragged, his eyes shadowed from lack of sleep. Silas kept his gaze fixed on a stack of burlap sacks. He didn't want to confirm the creature's existence, but he couldn't deny the evidence of his own senses. The voltage dipped, Silas mumbled, confirming the technical detail but avoiding the implication. "It's an old town, Jesse. The grid is worn out." Jesse leaned closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. "It's not the grid, Silas, it's the silence. It's like it's pulling the energy, pulling the sound. Last night when the lights went low, I swear I could hear the dog stop whimpering right in the middle of a breath. It's not localized anymore. It's breathing across the whole valley." Silas remained silent, but the set of his jaw betrayed the cold, heavy fear building inside him. He remembered the feeling of that soundless, vast pressure at the graveside. To think that pressure was now expanding, touching every corner of the town, filling the dark with its unseen, oppressive influence, was almost unbearable. They stood there for a long moment, two men separated by age and temperament, yet united by a growing, terrifying truth. The creature had not left the valley. It had merely anchored itself, and its colossal, silent presence was now beginning to slowly, systematically unravel the thin, comforting fabric of modern life in Oakhill. The subtle disturbances, the breathing lights, the frightened dogs, the muffled radios, were not just random malfunctions. They were a sign. The creature was settling in. The deep, heavy silence that Jesse had tracked on the Pine Ridge was now manifesting in the domestic known world, transforming the reliable atmosphere of Oakhill into a terrain of low-level, systemic anxiety. As the sun finally set, and the first of the evening's power sags subtly dimmed the light behind them, Silas and Jesse parted ways, each returning to their restless, anxious watch. They knew in the core of their being that the quiet, creeping disturbances were only the prelude. The entity was not gone. It was waiting for the next, more profound opportunity to make its silent purpose known on the strange, small frontier of Oakhill. Chapter 9. The quiet search in the dusty stacks, the pervasive low-level anxiety that had settled over Oakhill, the silent dogs, the breathing lights, was a constant, unbearable hum for Jesse. For a young man accustomed to finding information quickly, the absolute silence of the anomaly was its most frustrating attribute. He could not find a name for the phenomenon, nor could he find a single, reliable witness besides himself and Silas. while Silas retreated further into the comfort of rationalizing the electrical dips and the frightened animals, labeling them as regional anomalies and seasonal paranoia. Jesse began to cast his gaze outward. He understood, with a conviction that chilled him, that something so immense, something capable of suppressing sound and affecting the very currents of electricity, could not be an isolated event unique to their small valley. His search was not a loud, public inquiry. It was a secret investigation, conducted in the dusty, quiet corners of the local library, and in the long, lonely hours after the town had gone to sleep. Imagine the atmosphere of the Oakhill Public Library in the late afternoon. It was a place of comforting shadows and the scent of aged paper and binding glue. Jesse would arrive after his shifts, choosing a table far in the back, near the tall, silent shelves dedicated to regional history and Appalachian folklore. He didn't use the main card catalog, which was too obvious. Instead, he simply ran his hands along the spines of the oldest, least disturbed books. He was looking for phrases, unnatural silence, flying shadows, red eyes in the dark, or animal panic. He was looking not for proof, but for a reflection, a mirror of their experience in the distant past or in a neighboring county. His method was slow, methodical, and perfectly suited to the meditative pace of the Ambient Whisper style. He would pull out heavy, cloth-bound volumes filled with local newspaper clippings from the early 1900s, or old, self-published journals from remote mountain communities. He wasn't looking for a monster. He was looking for a pattern. He spent hours poring over dry, yellowed text, the only sound the soft shhh of his turning a brittle page. He discovered tales of strange phenomena, often coinciding with events of great sorrow or disaster. One entry, a faded newspaper report from a tiny coal town 40 miles away, mentioned a baffling series of events that had preceded a sudden, catastrophic mine collapse nearly 50 years ago. The details were vague, shrouded in superstition and the formal language of the time, but two things stood out to Jesse. The power issue. The report mentioned a period of spooky electrical dimming across the town, dismissed at the time as faulty generators, but later remembered by the locals as an unnerving prelude. The sky and the silence. An anonymous witness spoke of a vast, winged darkness that had anchored itself on a neighboring ridge, bringing with it a crushing quiet that forced people indoors. Jesse sat back, the dust motes dancing in the single shaft of late sunlight that slanted onto his table. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up. The convergence of the silence, the proximity to disaster, and the electrical dimming was too precise to be coincidence. His experience was not an isolated event, it was a repetition. His reading drifted further afield, beyond local Oakhill history, and into the wider, often ignored folklore of the Ohio River Valley, that deep, dark borderland between states where strange things had always been rumored to reside. He discovered old accounts of thunderbirds or man-beasts, descriptions that were often dismissed as simple embellishments or the misidentification of large owls. But the common thread in the most unsettling stories was the same: the creature's overwhelming, silent presence, and its tendency to be sighted near major travel corridors or structural weak points. He found himself drawn to the few, widely circulated articles mentioning the Silver Bridge tragedy in Point Pleasant, West Virginia. This story, though separated by some distance, held the same unsettling rhythm. Years before the tragic collapse, people had reported a tall, winged figure with bright red eyes patrolling the area, often sighted near the bridge itself. He didn't find a name for the creature he and Silas had seen, but he found its signature. He found a history of its terrifying, quiet appearances. He realized the thing was not a random intruder. It was a harbinger, or perhaps even a terrible consequence, whose presence always coincided with a deep, unsettling flaw in the world. Whether that flaw was a freshly opened grave or a structurally compromised steel bridge. This knowledge brought with it a new, profound layer of terror, yet also a strange kind of relief. His fear was now validated. He was not going mad. He was tracking a real, repeatable phenomenon. Jesse closed the heavy book, the sudden noise echoing in the silent library. His mind was racing, connecting the dots: the new grave, the creature's silent vigil on the Pine Ridge, the town's failing electricity, and the whispers of catastrophe found in the dusty texts. He now knew two things with chilling clarity. The creature was not looking at the town. It was looking at a specific point in the town. The open grave, the cemetery, the old, dark business of Oakhill. Its presence signaled a moment of extreme vulnerability. He packed up his notes, a small, anxious knot forming in his stomach. He realized he needed to share this new, terrifying context with Silas. Silas, the man who had worked so hard to keep his world small and rational, needed to know that the threat was far larger than a brief, terrifying sighting. It was a history. As Jesse walked home that evening, the air felt heavier than before. The knowledge he had absorbed had transformed the simple sight of the Pine Ridge. It was no longer just a dark mountain. It was a vantage point for something vast and ancient. He knew his search couldn't end in the library stacks. He had to go back to the source of the initial event, but this time, he would go armed with the chilling knowledge of what the creature's silence truly meant. Chapter 10: The Weight of History and the Failing Light. The knowledge Jesse had unearthed in the library was not a source of comfort. It was an expansion of his dread. He had not found an answer, but a terrifying historical pattern. The creature they had seen was not a localized phantom. It was a recurrent, silent harbinger whose presence invariably signaled a structural weakness or an impending, deep catastrophe. Jesse understood that the disturbances, the electrical sags, the animal panic, were not the problem but the creature's colossal, silent signature. He knew he couldn't wait. He needed to force Silas to look beyond the local, technical failures and see the horrifying, large-scale context. The catastrophe escalates. The loss of connection. The realization of the town's vulnerability came to a head on a particularly still, muggy Tuesday night. The air was thick, heavy, and unusually quiet, even before the creature's suspected influence took hold. Imagine the atmosphere in the homes of Oakhill as the evening deepened. People were trying to find distraction in their usual routines. A late-night phone call, the comforting voice of the local radio DJ, the glow of a bedside lamp. And then, the silence began to strike in a more profound, deliberate way. It began subtly, with the telephone lines. For the older residents of Oakhill, the telephone was the town's nervous system, a fragile copper connection to the outside world. Around 9 o'clock, the lines began to fail, not with a sudden, sharp disconnection, but with a slow, agonizing death of sound. A phone call would be mid-sentence when the voice on the other end would begin to sound impossibly distant, then garbled, then finally replaced by a low, hollow buzz, the empty, white noise of a permanently dead line. Local operator systems reported no major lines down, but the town of Oakhill, block by block, became an island of acoustic silence. The power dips were no longer momentary. They became sustained, deep brownouts. Lamps glowed with a sickly, deep orange color, casting long, unsettling shadows that seemed to pool in the corners of rooms. Refrigerators hummed with an agonizing, struggling sound, and the low, distant rumble of a delivery truck seemed to vanish completely, swallowed by the oppressive quiet. The human element of the escalating crisis was immediate and unnerving. In the span of a single hour, a minor collision occurred on the dark, unlit road leading out of the valley. A simple, low-speed accident that should have been quickly resolved. But with the phones dead, the police and the local volunteer fire department could not be immediately summoned. The town was left to manage its minor emergencies in a primitive, terrifying silence, suddenly and completely cut off from the reliable network of modern support. This systemic failure finally broke through Silas's careful shield of denial. He stood in his kitchen, staring at the phone receiver, which was emitting nothing but that dead, constant, low buzz. This was not old wiring. This was a forceful, pervasive suppression of the technology he relied upon. The creature's signature, once subtle, was now etched into the very fabric of their functional lives. A confrontation with Silas, the unbearable truth. Jesse, having witnessed the deepening of the shadows and the profound loss of sound on his own radio, knew this was his chance. He walked quickly to Silas's farm, bypassing the dark, struggling homes of his neighbors, the anxiety now replaced by a chilling, necessary focus. He found Silas sitting on his porch, staring out at the pine ridge, which was a solid black mass against a sky that seemed to absorb all light. Silas wasn't working, he was simply waiting, a profound admission of helplessness from the usually pragmatic man. "It's not the wires, Silas," Jesse began, his voice barely a whisper, though the silence was so deep he felt he was shouting. "It's all of it. The power, the sound, the phone lines. It's what I read about. It's the pattern." Silas turned, his face etched with a mix of exhaustion and genuine cold fear. "You've been digging up old ghost stories, Jesse. That's all they are. This town is old. Things break." Jesse dropped the sheaf of photocopied articles onto the wooden porch, the sound of the paper hitting the wood startlingly loud in the oppressive silence. "It's not a ghost story, Silas," Jesse insisted, tapping a finger on the faded newspaper clipping from the cold town. "It's a prelude. Look." 40 miles north, a crushing silence and electrical dimming right before a disaster. And look at this, he shifted the papers to the famous West Virginia sightings. The bridge, the winged figure with the eyes. It doesn't cause the collapse, Silas. It highlights the weakness. He looked directly into Silas's tired, resisting eyes. "We saw it by a newly opened grave. It was drawn there. That creature is anchored on the ridge, and now it's suffocating the town. It's not here for a quick look. It's here because something is about to go wrong, something deep and structural, just like the bridge." Silas picked up the pages slowly, his strong hands trembling slightly as he read the formal, yet unnerving language of the old reports. The sheer, terrifying consistency of the details, the profound silence, the crimson eyes, the link to tragedy, began to erode his last defenses. He saw his own experience mirrored in the fading print, stretching the terrifying event from a single night to a long, dark history. If that thing is what you say it is," Silas finally whispered, the question hanging heavy in the silent, thick air, "then what is it pointing to here? What's the weakness?" Jesse looked toward the cemetery, a dark, silent hill behind the town. "We disturbed something. We were at the grave. That's where it first appeared. It started at the edge of the cemetery, and now the whole town is feeling it." A profound, chilling understanding settled between them. The creature was interested in the dark, silent business of Oakhill's frontier, the place where the living placed the dead. The grave was the focal point, a return to the grave, the dark spot. The decision was silent, immediate, and born of absolute dread. They had to go back to the grave. They had to see if the ground itself, the site of their initial terror, showed any physical evidence to support the terrifying historical pattern Jesse had uncovered. They drove in Silas's old, heavy truck, the engine sounding abnormally loud in the systemic quiet of the valley. Jesse held the weak, sock-wrapped flashlight, its amber glow barely cutting the thick darkness. They approached the cemetery not with fear, but with a grim, determined urgency. The air on the grounds was perceptibly colder, and the silence here was not merely the absence of sound, but the familiar, crushing pressure that Jesse now recognized as the creature's presence. They found the freshly opened grave exactly where they had left it, the mound of earth heavy and dark beside the rectangular void. Jesse shone the weak, diffused light not onto the grave itself, but onto the surrounding perimeter. They moved slowly, methodically, searching for any break in the earth, any print, anything physical that the folklore might suggest. The ground was cold and slightly damp, undisturbed by any typical animal tracks. Silas, suddenly freed from the need to deny, began to move with the focused, methodical precision of his calling. He wasn't looking for a footprint, he was looking for an anomaly. He moved his large hands along the freshly turned soil of the mound, then along the undisturbed, hard-packed earth just beyond the grave's edge. He stopped suddenly, his breath catching. Here Silas muttered, his voice hoarse. "Feel this, Jesse." Jesse knelt beside him, directing the weak light to the spot. It was a section of the grass and earth, maybe 3 feet in diameter, located directly at the head of the open grave. The grass was not crushed or torn, it was simply dead. The ground felt unnaturally cold, not merely from the night air, but with a deep, bone-chilling coldness that seemed to originate from within the earth itself. The dirt, even the roots of the grass, seemed to be leached of all moisture and vitality. Silas described it, his voice low with horror. "It's like the life has been sucked out, not frozen, not burned, just exhausted, as if something vast, something impossibly heavy and cold had pressed down here silently for a very long time." It was a physical confirmation of the creature's silent, life-draining presence. It was the center point of the entire disaster. The entity had anchored itself directly above the new grave, and its colossal, cold weight had killed the life from the earth beneath it. Jesse remembered the old tales he had read, the strange energies, the profound silence. He looked up at the high, dark geometry of the pine ridge, where he knew the creature was still watching. "It's here, Silas," Jesse whispered, the fear now mixed with a terrifying certainty. "It's not waiting for the town to fail. It's waiting for something to happen right here. We found the mark." They stood over the cold, dead patch of earth, the silence of the cemetery now feeling like a tangible, living weight pressing down on their shoulders. The disturbances outside, the dead phones, the sputtering lights, were the distant sound of an alarm going off. The cold, dead earth beneath them was the target. They were now standing at the very epicenter of the anomaly, bound not just by a shared secret, but by the physical evidence of a terrifying, recurrent history. The vigil had only just begun, and the scope of the danger was now far wider and far more focused than they had ever imagined. Chapter 11. The Secret of the Newly Interred. The sight of the cold, dead patch of earth, that 3-foot circle of unnaturally leached vitality, was the final, devastating piece of evidence for Silas. It was a mark, a physical scar left by the massive, silent weight that had rested there. In that moment, the skepticism that had protected Silas for so long finally fractured. He was staring at the physical consequence of the impossible. Imagine the atmosphere as the 2 men retreated from the cemetery that morning. The silence that gripped Oakhill felt profound and ancient, heavy with the weight of the history Jesse had uncovered in the dusty library stacks. The knowledge of the dead spot did not bring closure. It brought a terrifying focus. If the creature was a harbinger, a celestial alarm system drawn to weakness, then the weakness was not the town's faulty wiring, but the person whose remains now occupied the newly opened earth. The grave was not merely a convenient staging ground. It was the target. The problem, of course, was that neither Jesse nor Silas had paid any attention to the name on the service banner or the details of the deceased. Their fear that night had been focused entirely on the entity, not on the human ritual it had so terrifyingly interrupted. The morning after their discovery, Jesse took on the new, focused phase of the investigation. He couldn't speak to people about silent, winged harbingers, but he could certainly inquire about local bureaucracy and public record. His task was to find out who was buried beneath the dead spot. His search led him, not to dark, ancient woods, but to the blindingly sterile, ordinary world of the Oakhill County Records Office, located above the small, seldom-used courthouse. Imagine the contrast, the cosmic dread they felt versus the mundane reality of the office. The air here smelled of old mimeograph paper and cheap disinfectant. The clock on the wall ticked loudly, a normal, comforting rhythm that seemed like an active protest against the supernatural silence gripping the rest of the town. Jesse approached the elderly clerk, a woman named Mrs. Hemings, with an assumed air of genealogical curiosity. He explained in a measured, quiet voice that he was researching a family friend who had recently passed, and he simply needed to confirm the date of interment in the Oakhill cemetery. This process was slow, a deliberate, agonizing counterpoint to the rush of adrenaline he felt. Mrs. Hemings took a full 10 minutes to locate the heavy, bound ledger that recorded all recent local burials. She then spent another 5 minutes meticulously wetting her finger to turn the brittle pages, her movements deliberate and unhurried. Jesse stood there, waiting, every second stretching out with the dread of anticipation. He watched her finger trace the inked lines, his focus absolute. He wasn't looking for a name. He was looking for the flaw, the reason this particular patch of ground had drawn the creature's immense, silent attention. Finally, she stopped. She pointed a liver-spotted finger at the entry they needed. The name was Alara Vance, A-L-A-R-A Vance. Jesse quickly scribbled down the name and the date of death, adding a polite, conversational question to cover his intense scrutiny. Vance, Jesse said, trying to sound casual. Was she a local? I don't recognize the name. Mrs. Hemings paused, looking up from the ledger, her expression shifting from bureaucratic disinterest to mild, gossipy remembrance. Oh, she wasn't from Oakhill, dear. Not originally. She was the woman who had moved in with the old Caldwell place, you know, that broken-down house right on the edge of the Pine Ridge line. She whispered the name of the ridge as if it held its own secret. A quiet little house, set way back from the road. Jesse felt a cold tremor run through him. The dead spot was at the grave, but the woman's last residence was right on the perimeter of the creature's silent anchor point. The entity had been observing her long before she was interred. He pressed gently. Was she ill? It seems quite sudden. Mrs. Hemings leaned closer, her voice dropping to a low, conspiratorial murmur that perfectly suited the cozy, spooky style. No, not illness, dear. It was an accident. She looked around the quiet room, though they were the only 2 people present. She was hiking late on the ridge. A flash storm came up quick, they said. She was found the next morning, quite a ways down the ravine near the old logging road. Just a few scrapes, nothing really broken, but they said she passed from the shock of the cold. A strange, sudden thing. Happened just 3 days before the funeral. Jesse's mind raced, connecting the threads, the location. Alara Vance lived on the Pine Ridge, the creature's current perch. The circumstances. A strange, non-lethal accident leading to death by shock of the cold on the ridge. The timing. The creature appeared at the grave immediately following the funeral. The creature was not marking the place of death. It was marking the place of interment. It was drawn to the final disposal of this woman, Alara Vance, who had died mysteriously on the creature's own territory. Jesse thanked the woman, leaving the stuffy, ordinary room feeling light-headed, his notebook clutched tight in his hand. The truth was far more complex than a simple haunting. The creature's presence was inextricably tied to Alara Vance, her life, her death, or perhaps a secret she carried. He hurried back toward Silas's farm, the name Alara Vance repeating in his mind. The town's failing infrastructure and the frightened animals were not the point. They were collateral damage from the presence of the Harbinger, which was focused solely on the silent, dark business of the woman in the ground. That evening, under the deeply dimming light of a sustained brownout, Jesse and Silas stood over the map of Oakhill spread out on Silas's kitchen table. Jesse had marked the cemetery, the dead spot, and the location of Alara Vance's old, isolated house high up on the Pine Ridge. The pieces formed a terrifying line. Alara Vance had died in the creature's immediate proximity, and the creature had followed her silent journey down the mountain, right to the final resting place. Silas, his large hand tracing the distance between the grave and the house on the ridge, finally spoke, his voice heavy with the terrible knowledge they now shared. "The thing isn't guarding the grave, Jesse. It's watching the woman." Jesse looked at the map, then out the window at the black mass of the ridge where the power of the beast was still actively muffling the world. "We have to find out what she was doing up there. We have to know why she died. That is the weakness the creature is pointing to." The mystery had narrowed. They were no longer grave watchers. They were investigators of a single, terrible, silent death, a death that had drawn a phenomenon from the outer edges of human comprehension, anchoring it to their quiet, vulnerable town. Their next move had to be an exploration of that isolated house on the ridge, Alara Vance's last, lonely residence, the true epicenter of the silence. Chapter 12. The Last Sanctuary and the Dust of Absence. The focus of the investigation had narrowed from the vast, dark expanse of the Pine Ridge to a single, small structure. The isolated house where Alara Vance, Alara Vance, had lived, and from where she had taken her last fateful walk. For Jesse and Silas, this exploration was necessary, driven not by curiosity, but by a chilling imperative. They needed to find the flaw that had drawn the silent harbinger to Oakhill. They waited until the next morning, when the gray, diffused light of a sun struggling to penetrate the valley's muggy air offered the smallest illusion of safety. They drove the old farm truck slowly up the logging road that snaked toward the high ridge, the engine's laboring sound a comfortingly normal noise in the unnaturally quiet landscape. Alara Vance's house was exactly as the records clerk, Mrs. Hemmings, had described it, a small, weathered cabin, set far back from the nearest path, half hidden by a thick screen of cedar and scrub pine. It stood at the absolute edge of the domesticated world, right where the deep, ancient Appalachian woods began its silent, upward climb. The windows were small, dusty squares, and the front porch sagged slightly under the weight of undisturbed silence. Imagine the atmosphere as they approached the cabin. The air was colder here, carrying the sharp, metallic sweet scent of wet pine needles, but underneath it all was the same oppressive, acoustic vacuum that had characterized the creature's presence. This area felt deadened, the natural sounds of the forest, the chatter of small birds, the hum of insects, strangely muted, as if the entire house and its immediate surroundings were encased in a heavy, sound-absorbing medium. Silas, the practical man, used a crowbar he'd brought to quietly pry open the lock on the back door, treating the task with the methodical focus of a man repairing a fence. He was committed now, his hands moving with practiced efficiency, but his eyes never stopped flicking toward the dense, dark shadows of the pine ridge rising steeply just behind the cabin. They stepped inside. The air was cold, stale, and dense with the smell of dust and closed-up stillness. The house had been left exactly as it was when Alara Vance failed to return from her walk. The police had likely been through it, but they would have been searching for signs of struggle or forced entry, not the signature of a colossal, silent entity. The investigation inside was painfully slow, a deliberate crawl through the minutiae of a recently concluded life. Following the rules of the ambient whisper style, they did not find anything immediately shocking or dramatic. Instead, they found the profound absence of life. The kitchen held a few unwashed dishes in the sink and a half-full tin of tea on the counter. The living room contained simple furniture covered in a thin, velvet layer of dust. Everything was ordinary, yet profoundly unsettling because of the unnatural silence pressing in from the outside. Jesse was drawn to the small, sparse bedroom. It was here, in the final, intimate space of the woman who had drawn the creature's gaze, that he hoped to find the flaw. He methodically went through the contents of a small, wooden desk pushed into a corner. He found utility bills, receipt books, and a few polite, formal letters. There was no diary, no strange hidden compartment, no dramatic, scribbled confession. Alara Vance's life, as preserved here, was one of quiet, almost anonymous solitude. However, as Jesse carefully examined the papers, he noticed an anomaly. Among the mundane receipts for local groceries and coal delivery, there was a sheaf of papers that clearly did not belong to the mundane world of Oakhill. They were not personal letters, but rather highly technical, dry, printed documents. They were scientific papers, heavily annotated with meticulous, tiny handwriting in the margins. The subjects were incredibly specialized, far exceeding the typical reading material for a solitary woman living on a mountain ridge. The titles were dense and confusing, but Jesse could make out certain repeated phrases. Localized field compression and harmonic distortion, the non-radiant suppression of acoustic energy cryogenic shock dynamics in Appalachian cave systems. Jesse showed the papers to Silas, who looked at the strange, complex jargon with a bewildered frown. She wasn't just living here, Silas, Jesse whispered, his voice hushed with the profound discovery. She wasn't just hiding. She was studying something. She wasn't an ordinary woman seeking solitude. She was researching phenomena like what we saw. The implication was terrifying. Alara Vance was not a random victim. She had likely been aware of the strange occurrences on the ridge. She had been investigating the very phenomena that ultimately claimed her life. The creature had not stumbled upon her. It had been drawn to the one person who was actively trying to define its existence. The final piece of the puzzle came from a simple, worn leather photograph album tucked beneath the technical papers. It contained no family portraits, but rather stark, black and white photos of Appalachian terrain. There were pictures of dense forests, rock formations, and most prominently, several different cave entrances, deep, dark holes in the side of the mountains, labeled meticulously with dates and cryptic coordinates. But one photograph stopped Jesse cold. It was a picture taken from a distance of the Silver Bridge tragedy in Point Pleasant, West Virginia. The image was of the massive central span tragically twisted and broken. Next to the photo, Alara Vance had scrawled a single, unsettling note. Failure point is never the metal, but the void. The knowledge clicked into place with a terrifying finality. Alara Vance had understood the link between the creature and disaster. She hadn't seen the Mothman as a monster, but as a measurable reaction to a weakness. She was researching the failure points, the voids, in the structure of reality itself, possibly using the quiet, isolated ridge as a testing ground. Her death by shock of the cold on the ridge, the sudden, unnatural way her life was extinguished, was not an accident. It was the creature's response to being observed. They now knew the truth of the creature's attraction. It was drawn not by malice, but by the curiosity of the one woman who dared to name the silence. Jessie and Silas stood in the center of the dusty cabin, the immense, stifling silence of the ridge pressing in through the small windows. They had found the link. Elara Vance was the weakness, the flaw that had drawn the Harbinger. Her pursuit of the unknown had anchored the colossal entity in Oakhill. Silas looked toward the back window, his eyes fixed on the black, silent mass of the ridge. If she was looking for a flaw, Jessie, he whispered, and the thing found her first, it means the weakness is still here. We haven't found the cause yet, just the woman who was trying to find it. Their investigation had moved beyond the grave. It had moved into the dangerous, specialized territory of Elara Vance's research. They had found a terrifying legacy, a collection of papers and photographs that contained the secret of the entity's purpose. They were no longer simple observers. They were the inheritors of a scientist's doomed search. Chapter 13. The Cryogenic Void and the Descent. The discovery of Elara Vance's research papers transformed the nature of the fear gripping Jessie, and Silas. The creature was no longer a random horror. It was a phenomenon tied to a specific intellectual pursuit and a specific geographical location. Elara Vance had been studying the entity, and now they were left to finish her doomed work. They returned to Silas's farm, sealing the back door of Elara's cabin to leave no sign of their intrusion. The low-level disturbances in Oakhill persisted. The dim, sputtering lights and the sporadic, panicked whines of the dogs, a constant reminder that the Harbinger was still anchored on the Pine Ridge, silently waiting. Imagine the atmosphere in Silas's kitchen as they spread Elara Vance's documents out on the wooden table. The room was illuminated by a single kerosene lamp, casting a warm, unsteady glow that seemed to push back weakly against the profound darkness outside. The contrast between the simple, domestic setting and the complex, terrifying scientific papers was unsettling. Jessie, with his youthful mind and hunger for knowledge, took charge of the analysis. Silas watched, his brow furrowed, contributing observations rooted in his knowledge of the local land. The bulk of the documents dealt with the mechanics of the phenomenon they had experienced. Elara Vance theorized that the creature's presence created a localized field compression, effectively pushing sound and, crucially, heat energy out of the immediate vicinity. The most chilling section of her research was titled Cryogenic Shock Dynamics in Appalachian Cave Systems. Jessie read the notes aloud, his voice low and steady in the quiet kitchen. Elara had hypothesized that the creature did not simply land on the ridge, but that it used a natural geological weakness as a kind of silent, invisible portal or anchorage point. She believed this weak point was a known local cave system that extended deep into the core of the ridge. She wrote that the creature isn't just attracted to weakness, Jessie murmured, tracing a line of Elara's tiny, frantic script. It utilizes a void, the collapse of the Silver Bridge, the deaths in the coal town. She says they failed because the structure above the void became compromised. The creature is drawn to the vacuum. Silas, listening intently, placed a large hand on the table, pointing to one of the photographs of a cave entrance. There are a lot of caves up there, Jessie. They are sinkholes mostly. Deep, cold air pockets. Jessie turned to the cave photos, which Elara had meticulously labeled with precise, handwritten coordinates. He matched the coordinates to an old geological survey map Silas kept tucked away in a drawer. The location was startling. The coordinates led to a specific, almost forgotten cave entrance deep in the uninhabited section of the Pine Ridge, a system known locally as the Whispering Chasm. It was far higher up than most tourist or spelunking caves, rarely visited because of its difficult approach. More importantly, the Whispering Chasm was located almost directly above the Oakhill Cemetery. Jesse realized with a sickening certainty that the creature wasn't just on the ridge. It was in the ridge. It was using the chasm as its silent, deep resting place, and the grave they had opened was directly beneath its anchorage point, the ultimate, visible flaw in the town's foundation. The dead spot they found at the grave was not a footprint. It was the cold seepage from the entity's hidden resting place in the earth above. The knowledge was overwhelming, yet it was also the key to the entire mystery. The creature didn't come for the funeral, Jesse whispered, looking from the map to the window, where the black geometry of the ridge loomed. It's been here the whole time, resting in the chasm. The grave was simply the first obvious weakness it found to anchor its presence. It saw the empty space and it came down. Silas nodded slowly, his eyes fixed on the map. He was a man of the earth, and the thought of something vast and terrible resting deep in the bones of his mountain was a profound violation. "If it's the anchor, Jesse," Silas said, his voice flat with resolve, "then that's where we go. We can't fight the thing, but we can look at the place it's using. We have to know why it chose the Whispering Chasm." Their final task that night was preparation. They gathered minimal gear. Silas's heavy-duty caving lamps, which were brighter and more reliable than any flashlight, thick, cold-weather climbing gear, and a small coil of rope. They knew this descent into the chasm would be the most dangerous, silent confrontation they had yet faced. They would be entering the creature's hidden sanctuary, the core of the quiet. As they packed, the persistent, low-level quiet of the town seemed to deepen even further. The temperature inside the kitchen dropped perceptibly, a chill that had nothing to do with the outside air. The kerosene lamp on the table flickered slightly, a brief, sharp dip in its light, the entity's signature of nearby presence. Jesse felt a profound sense of closure mixed with dread. They had pieced together the impossible truth from the fragments of a dead woman's research. They were no longer running from a phantom. They were walking directly toward a scientific anomaly hidden deep within the mountain they called home. The creature had been drawn to the structural weakness of the new grave. Now they were going to explore the geological weakness, the Whispering Chasm, that served as its lair. The vigil was ending, and the descent was beginning. Chapter 14. The Descent into the Void. The morning they set out for the Whispering Chasm was unlike any other. The pervasive, systemic silence that had gripped Oakhill was now absolute. The sputtering of the town's lights had ceased entirely, plunging the valley into a deep, sustained electrical dark, forcing a reliance on candles and kerosene. The animals were entirely silent, not just whimpering, but utterly, unnaturally quiet, a profound acknowledgement of the entity's power. Jesse, and Silas approached the foot of the Pine Ridge, carrying only the most essential gear: the bright, focused caving lamps, the heavy-duty rope, and a few emergency supplies. The ascent was torturous, not because of the gradient, but because of the escalating atmospheric pressure. Imagine climbing upward into a thickening, invisible medium. As they left the tree line and began scrambling over the ancient, rock-strewn slopes that led to the chasm's coordinates, the effect of the creature's field compression became physically unbearable. The first thing to go was the sound of their own movement. The crunch of their heavy boots on the brittle shale was absorbed, muffled, and eventually silenced. They communicated entirely through hand signals, a terrifying necessity that made the vastness of the woods feel unbearably intimate and dangerous. Then came the cold. It was not the dry, normal cold of the mountain, but a heavy, bone-deep, moist coldness that seemed to emanate from the rock itself, exactly mirroring the profound chill they had felt at the dead spot above the grave. The specialized, thick climbing gear they wore was inadequate against this unnatural, penetrating chill, the creature's localized, life-draining energy. They finally reached the coordinates Alara Vance had marked. The entrance to the Whispering Chasm was not a dramatic opening, but a jagged, narrow fissure between two immense slabs of slate rock, almost completely hidden by a thick curtain of ancient, hanging moss. A continuous stream of intensely cold air that smelled strongly of ozone and deep earth, drafted steadily out of the black opening. They paused at the entrance, the air here so profoundly silent that Jesse felt a sharp, ringing pain in his inner ears, the sound of his own nervous system protesting the lack of acoustic input. Silas, the physically stronger man, secured the heavy climbing rope around a massive, immovable cedar tree nearby. His face, illuminated by the bright, focused beam of his caving lamp, was grim. "We go slow," Silas mouthed, emphasizing the word with a slow, deliberate hand gesture. "We only use the light when absolutely necessary." They slipped through the narrow fissure, their lamps initially off, descending into absolute velvety darkness that was somehow thicker and heavier than the darkness outside. The sound of their breathing was the only acoustic measure, and even that seemed faint, strained. The descent, the silence made manifest. The first section of the chasm was a vertical shaft, requiring a slow, hand-over-hand descent. The rock walls were slick with unnatural condensation, and the cold deepened with every foot they dropped. When they finally reached the first deep cavern, they turned on their lamps. The powerful beams cut through the blackness, revealing a space that was vast, cathedral-like, and strangely unnatural. The cavern was almost perfectly circular, its floor covered not in typical cave mud or gravel, but in a thin, shimmering layer of rime ice. The temperature in the center of this cavern was utterly incompatible with the surrounding environment. It was profoundly, paralyzingly cold, a temperature that could cause immediate cryogenic shock, exactly as Alara Vance's notes had suggested was the cause of her death. This was not a natural occurrence. The sheer, sustained cold in this deep, enclosed space was the result of a massive, continuous energy drain. They moved across the frozen floor, their boots crunching on the brittle ice, the sound oddly dull and absorbed. Jesse shone his lamp beam upward toward the ceiling of the cavern, which rose to an immense, unseen height. And there, deep in the cold, vast center of the cavern, they saw the anchor. It was not the creature itself, but the proof of its habitation. In the very center of the floor, where the ice was thickest and the cold most intense, was a massive, perfectly circular depression. The depression was over 10 feet in diameter, slightly concave, and coated entirely in a thick, frost-white layer of pure ice crystals. The dead spot, Jesse mouthed to Silas, his lips stiff from the cold. "It's sitting here. This is where it rests." This was the structural weakness, the void that Alara Vance had described. The creature was utilizing this vast, deep geological formation as its resting chamber, and its colossal, cold weight was pressing down on the ground beneath, creating the dead spot at the cemetery far below. The observation, the climax of the silence. They did not stay in the main chamber. The cold was too intense, and the presence felt too overwhelming. They found a narrow side passage, marked by Alara Vance's characteristic tiny, faint chalk mark, a small, dark tunnel leading higher up the wall of the cavern. They climbed slowly into the passage, which turned out to be a natural observation ledge. It offered a high, dark view of the entire main cavern, while offering them partial cover in the shadows. They shut off their lamps completely, allowing their eyes to adjust to the faint, residual light that seeped down from the shaft opening high above. They waited in absolute, paralyzing silence, forcing themselves to merge with the cold, dark rock. After what felt like an hour, the profound quiet was rewarded. A subtle, nearly imperceptible shift occurred in the acoustic pressure. The crushing silence did not break, but it deepened, like a vast vacuum cleaner sucking the last remnants of sound energy out of the air. And then it came. Not from the ceiling, but from a dark, unseen fissure deeper within the mountain, the sound of massive, chitinous movement. It was not a noise, but a deep, low-frequency vibration that Jesse felt in the soles of his feet and in the bones of his chest. A feeling of vast, unimaginable weight being dragged over stone. Then, from the darkness of the deepest chamber, the harbinger of the void entered its lair. It was immense. In the profound darkness, they could only discern its shape by the way it seemed to absorb the faint ambient light, creating an area of absolute blackness that was darker than the surrounding stone. Its silhouette was vast and vaguely humanoid, hunched and impossibly tall, with enormous, segmented wings folded tightly against its back like the carapace of a colossal insect. It moved with a slow, deliberate, silent economy. It walked directly toward the circular depression on the icy floor, and as it approached its resting place, the two crimson, fixed eyes materialized. They were not glowing with internal light, but seemed to reflect every particle of light available in the darkness with a searing, hypnotic intensity. Two immense, burning points of color that seemed to look into the very depth of the rock. The creature settled heavily into the icy depression. The sound was not a crash, but a soft, dull thud, the impact absorbed by its sheer mass and the creature's own field compression effect. The moment it settled, the creature's immense, silent power intensified. Jesse felt the air grow instantly colder, the penetrating chill now an active, painful pressure. He felt a sudden, profound mental vertigo, a strange, brief moment of disorientation, as if his own sense of self was being momentarily pressed out of existence by the sheer presence of the thing. They remained hidden, witnessing the creature in its absolute, cold repose. It was not threatening them, nor was it performing any action. It was simply anchored, resting in the coldest, darkest void of the mountain, waiting. After what felt like an eternity, Jesse understood the terrifying purpose. The creature was not an active agent of destruction. It was a cosmic measurement tool. It was drawn to the structural flaws, the cemetery, the bridge, the mining town, and it rested in the void until that flaw reached a point of catastrophic weakness. The weakness here, above the grave of Alara Vance, was now profound. The creature's continuous, cold presence meant that the underlying structure of the mountain, and by extension, the entire valley of Oakhill, was nearing its critical failure point. As the first, faint, gray hints of pre-dawn light began to filter down the main shaft, the creature rose. Again, the movement was silent, the sound swallowed by the profound field compression. It unfolded its colossal, dark wings which reached almost to the ceiling, and then with one final, silent displacement of air, it disappeared into the dark, unseen fissure leading deeper into the earth. Jesse and Silas, frozen in their hiding spot, waited until the unbearable cold began to slightly recede and the first faint sounds of the deep mountain, the drip of water, the scurry of unseen life began to return. They had seen the entity. They had found its lair. They now possessed the knowledge of its terrifying, silent purpose. They knew the creature was anchored beneath the town, resting in the void, and its presence signaled that the collapse, the final, catastrophic failure of the Oakhill frontier, was imminent. They had to get out, and they had to figure out what to do with the unbearable, terrifying truth they now possessed. Chapter 15. The Unbearable Quiet and the Final Vigil. The ascent out of the whispering chasm was slower and more grueling than the descent. The psychological weight of what they had witnessed, the colossal entity resting silently in its cryogenic lair, made every movement an act of profound, exhausting effort. They emerged from the moss-shrouded fissure and back into the forest, just as the faint, pre-dawn light was giving way to the gray, heavy light of a silent morning. The air outside the chasm still carried the unnatural chill, and the silence of the ridge remained an immense physical force. Imagine their journey back down the mountain. They were no longer investigators. They were two men burdened by an unbearable, unspeakable truth. They had peered into the void and seen the mechanism of the world's potential collapse. The creature was not hunting, it was measuring. It was the consequence, not the cause. The truth they carried was simple, devastating, and entirely impossible to share. The town of Oakhill, anchored directly above the creature's lair in the chasm, was fundamentally compromised. The power failures, the dead phone lines, and the frightened animals were merely the symptoms of a deep, structural flaw that had reached its critical point, highlighted by the creature's immovable, cold presence. When they finally stumbled back to Silas's farm, the town was a study in profound, eerie stillness. The electricity remained dead, forcing the community into a primitive, quiet existence. No one was shouting, no one was panicking. They were simply waiting for the inevitable return of the normal world, entirely unaware that the normal world had already been structurally hollowed out beneath them. Jesse, and Silas sat in the silence of the kitchen, their caving gear abandoned in a heap by the door. The kerosene lamp from the night before was out, and the morning light that filled the room was dull and gray. "They won't believe us," Silas finally whispered, his voice hoarse from disuse. "The police, the power company, the mayor. We saw a giant, winged thing resting in a cave. We can't show them papers from a dead woman or talk about field compression." Jesse nodded slowly, the knowledge settling in his mind like a cold, heavy stone. Alara Vance had understood this inevitability. She had scrawled the warning: "Failure point is never the metal but the void." They had found the void, and they knew the failure was imminent. The creature's presence had passed from observation to active, quiet wait. The truth was, they didn't need to be believed. The collapse, the inevitable disaster that the creature was signaling, would be all the proof the world would ever need. But by then, it would be far too late for the people of Oakhill. Their investigation was over and their role had changed. They were not heroes, nor were they saviors. They were now the Grave Watchers, two solitary men who possessed the terrifying final piece of the puzzle and were condemned to watch the clock run out. They quietly established their final vigil. They spent the day doing nothing, yet doing everything. They watched the town from the vantage point of Silas's quiet farm, looking at the familiar church steeple, the distant, silent houses, and the black, ominous mass of the Pine Ridge towering behind it all. Jesse gathered the papers, Alara Vance's research, his notes, the pictures of the Silver Bridge, and quietly tucked them away in a safe, dry box. These were not tools for solving the problem. They were the evidence for the impossible history. They were the archive of the final, silent week of Oakhill. As twilight began to deepen, bringing with it the relentless, systemic coldness that now defined their valley, Silas performed his final, necessary ritual. He walked out to the cemetery, not to disturb the ground, but simply to stand near the grave of Alara Vance, the woman who had sacrificed her life and her knowledge to the pursuit of the anomaly. Jesse watched from a distance as Silas stood silently in the darkening cemetery, a lonely, silhouette figure against the fading sky. Silas wasn't seeking forgiveness or comfort. He was performing his duty as a grave watcher, a quiet, respectful acknowledgement of the woman whose death had illuminated the terrifying truth, and whose presence in the ground now served as the creature's bullseye. When Silas returned, the house was profoundly dark and intensely quiet. They sat by a small, crackling fire in the hearth, the only source of warmth and light in the suddenly primitive world. The sound of the crackling fire, the gentle hiss of burning pine, was the only consistent noise. It was a small, comforting rebellion against the pervasive silence outside. They spoke no more of the chasm, the creature, or the catastrophe. All that could be said had been said. Their fate was sealed, yet in this final, quiet acceptance, they found a strange, profound sense of peace. They were the only ones who knew the score, and in that knowledge lay a terrible, exclusive calm. Jesse leaned back in the old wooden chair, watching the flames dance. The anxiety that had burned in him since the first sighting was finally extinguished, replaced by a deep, numbing certainty. The investigation was over. The creature was at rest. The town was silent. All that remained was the quiet, agonizing wait. He closed his eyes, the warmth of the fire a soft, hypnotic counterpoint to the cold, dead silence pressing in from the pine ridge. He listened only to the gentle sounds of the fire, the low, comforting crackle and hiss. The watcher was now watched. The silence was complete. The vigil had begun.